Morning.
Morning, Ziggy. Hi. And hi, Yulang. Just give us a sec.
Good morning. I'll be joining without video for this part of the session.
Morning, Bruce.
Good morning.
Bruce, are you on the PSA account?
I am, yes. Did I just take the hosting away from you?
Yes, you'd have. Which is also okay. We can share.
Okay, if I can give the hosting back to you.
All right.
There we go.
Good.
I logged in this morning to get the meeting information, yeah.
Oh, so wasn't it on the ticket when you registered?
I registered, but I didn't find a ticket, so I just thought it's easier just to go straight in there. And now I've got copied because a whole lot of people are going. There was a email just now from Tanzania to say we've got an entire school full of students that are doing speaking and stuff, and they want to attend and they can't, and the website's not working, so I just sent them the link.
Perfect, thank you.
So we got a whole lot of new people, so it's going to be very interesting to see who's here. Good morning, Ziggy.
All right, that's excellent. The more the merrier today.
Okay, just see that I've got my. There we go. I've got my raw logo and the PSA logo. There we go.
Very nice.
Okay. So if I turn my camera off, it goes back to Robin's. Okay, so I need to change.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks, Bridget. Unless I'm not saying your name correctly. So feel free to turn, unmute and just let me know how to pronounce your name.
Yep, no, that was correct. You had it right.
Great. Thank
Thanks.
you so
Great to
much.
be here. Hope I
Marvelous
can
to
at
have
least
you.
report back if they can't get on today, but I was hoping
right.
we'd be able to catch some of it. Is it going all day?
From officially from about 9:30. We have a soft start at 9 and then official start at 9:30. And then we're going until 3 and it's the same again tomorrow.
Okay, great. Well, hopefully they'll be able to come to some of it. It will be the same link?
Yes, same link. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. It'll be great.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks.
Good. Thank you. And welcome to Roland as well. Bruce, sorry, does that mean that you're keeping an eye on the admin emails?
I'm getting all the president emails because that's what the event was loaded under. So
Oh, all right. Good. All right. Thank you.
flooded. I'm flooded.
I changed that just in time, didn't I? Robin has load shedding, so she's off right now until 10.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Okay. You can tell Richard. Hi, welcome to everyone, and welcome to Chris Voisey, who is just busy dialing in and getting his sound right. Chris is going to be our wonderful MC and help us to do a little bit of networking for the next half hour and chatting and getting to know each other before the session officially starts at 9:30 with our speakers. So Chris, over to you as soon as your sound is working. Thank you so much. And it's just wonderful to see all the faces here. There are some names we know obviously very well and others who are not known to us, but I hope that over the next while we get to know each other really well and share lots of details and networking. Thanks, Chris.
Good morning, Charlotte. How are you doing? How's everybody online here this morning? It's wonderful to see you all. If you've got a camera working, do give a wave or indicate that you are alive. Aha, quite a few people are alive this morning. I'm delighted to see that. Hermine, Alison, Siegfried, Mr. Bruce, Wade, that's wonderful. And Njideka, how are you? You're looking very happy this morning. So if you, Charlotte, can people unmute themselves, or does that
Yes.
need to be done by the host?
No, they can't unmute themselves. I'm hoping, Njeka, can I see your t-shirt, please? What do you have on your t-shirt?
I love it.
Ah, wow, that is cool.
All right, we're gonna have
Good
to hang out
morning,
some time and do a
everyone.
photo op.
Good morning, good morning.
Bless you, Bruce.
Hi. So how about a couple of people telling us where you're from? Siegfried, can I ask you, where are you from? Sir, I'm not reading the logo well.
I'm from Windhoek, Namibia.
Aha, yes.
Originally, I'm from Rustenburg in South Africa.
Aha.
And I moved there in 1998. And
So you deserted us for Windhoek, did you?
yeah.
Greener pastures. No.
I don't know about greener, Bruce, but
Better pastures, but not greener ones, right?
yeah. I once did a road trip from Windhoek down to is it Walvis Bay down there, or no, maybe it was
Did you go over the mountains?
wherever it was. All I know is that the green that was in Windhoek disappeared increasingly the more we drove away from Windhoek, until there was no green to be seen anywhere. Then, of course, there was that remarkable, the dunes and the ocean. What a beautiful country. So welcome. How many Namibians? I see Hermine is nodding her head. Wonderful. Very good to have people from Namibia and from all over this wonderful continent of ours. Hermine, how are you this morning? Say a quick hello to the people.
Hi, Chris. Good morning, everyone. I'm doing fantastic. So obviously, I'm from Namibia. I'm from Windhoek, but I'm currently in Swakopmund, which is the coast of Namibia.
Aha, that's where I went, Swakopmund. Okay.
Yes.
You look wonderful, Hermine. You look very glamorous, like a real celebrity should.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, I'm really excited for today.
Yeah, wonderful. That's great. And Mr. Claude Piri has now joined us. Very good to see you, Claude.
Thank you very much. Morning, people. Good people.
Are you coming to us from KZN, Claude?
Yes.
Aha. That is my old home territory. It's good to have you with us.
So I can call you my homeboy.
You can call me your homeboy. I'd be delighted to be called a boy at my advanced age. You know, any option, any opportunity you get to seem younger, I'm keen on that. Alison, where are you calling us from? Johannesburg, Pretoria?
Johannesburg.
Aha, cool. Great to see you with us, Alison. Okay, anybody else? Say a hello, say a hello. I see a lot of names out there. This is a very momentous event we've got here, ladies and gentlemen, this morning. Something very special indeed. A Pan-African conference. I just love the sound of that. It's very
good morning, colleagues.
Hi, Wilbert Mutoko. How are you, Wilbert?
I'm good, Chris. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Where are you coming to us from, Wilbert?
From Gaborone, Botswana.
Gaborone. Okay, so now we have Botswana as well. Namibia,
Right.
Botswana, South Africa. Where else are people calling in from?
Cape Town, kind of separate.
Who's that? Was that Bruce? Cape Town. What did you
Separate
say,
from
Bruce?
South Africa.
The suburb of South Africa, did you say?
Separate from South Africa.
Ah, yeah, exactly. Who else have we got from where? Okay, so Karen is telling us she's battling to, we have Tumisang Koza, we have Mr. Roland Nogola. Where are you coming to us from, Roland?
Good morning to everyone. I'm coming from Germany, but I am originally from Cameroon.
Originally from Cameroon, and you're in Germany right now?
Yes, no, I've been living in Germany for the past 14 years.
Wonderful. And are you enjoying Germany?
Yes, it's like my second home, but Africa remains my home country. That's why I'm happy to be with all of you here in this part.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And what part of Germany, Roland?
I'm in Kassel. That's in the middle of Germany. Kassel, Hessen, like 2 hours from Frankfurt.
Very nice. Well, a very big welcome to you. How's the weather in Germany? Are you experiencing a lovely summer?
Yes, now is the best time to come here. Everybody's like, people are more happier in summer. So when you walk through the city now, you find that everybody's happy.
Can we take that as an invitation, Roland?
That would be a great invitation. I mean, we are very accommodating. Germans are very accommodating.
We might, yes, I know, we might be well on our way. Cool. Anyone else who can say hi? Tell us where you're from. Caroline, I can see that you are now on camera. Can you talk to us? Can you unmute yourself? No? Okay. Well, it's nice to see you anyway.
Hello, my name is Peace. I'm also calling from Botswana.
From where, Peace?
Botswana, Gaborone.
Botswana. Well, peace to you this morning. That's wonderful. I love the name.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Yelang.
Hi, Chris. My name is Yelang Prujinka, and I am Cameroonian as well, but based in South Africa. So I enjoy dual citizenship.
That's marvelous. That's wonderful. I have never been to Cameroon. I've been to Nigeria and Ghana, so a bit of West Africa, but not Cameroon. How's life in Cameroon these days?
Well, Cameroon is actually the most unique of African countries in that we were colonized by not one or two, but three European countries. So we were colonized initially by the Portuguese, which is where Cameroon gets its name from, Rio dos Cameros, and then the British, who are my favorite colonizers. And then
you mean if you have to have one?
If I have to pick out of the three, I will pick Britain.
And then it was the French.
And then it was the French, and we all know how we feel about them. But anyway, that's not the focus of our conversation today. But Cameroon is doing quite well. Cameroon is a small African country but boasts quite a lot of natural resources and has been challenged over the past, 10 years. But as far as countries go, Cameroon is doing quite well.
Huh. That sounds wonderful. I like your voice, Yalang. You've got a very nice, clear voice coming through there. I don't detect very much influence from all those colonizers, except maybe the British a little bit. Certainly not French, because with Roland, we hear quite a lot of French coming through there. But,
je parle français aussi, je parle français, mais je préfère ne pas parler français si tu ne me payes pas.
Well, I suppose it's my fault for asking, but thank you very much.
It was really nice chatting.
Wonderful. Welcome. It's really lovely to have you on board. Okay. Any other thoughts from anyone? Give us cheers. I'm just having a bit of lemon and honey here because I woke up with a throat that I thought, oh my word, I'm MC today and my throat is letting me down very badly. So I'm just sipping. I preferred a cappuccino, but I've got lemon and honey, which is very good for your throat, as you should know as speakers.
Tumi-sang has a hand up, Chris.
Thank you, Claude. Who has? I can't see on the board.
Tumi-sang.
Okay, can unmute yourself and please speak.
Tumi-sang, you're unmuted. You can speak if you like.
Oh, Tumi-sang, sorry, right up there in the corner. I just didn't get it. Tumi-sang, how are you? Can you talk to us? Do you have a question, or is that just a wave? Well, I think Tumi-sang is trying to locate her voice this morning, and then she will have a chat to us. I see Dr. Pambana Masami is there from Botswana. Good morning, Pambana. How are you this morning? Just unmute yourself, Pambana.
No, I'm fine. I'm actually enjoying myself in Cameroon.
Aha, that's nice. That's good to hear from you, Pambana.
Thank you.
Well, welcome from Botswana.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on the conference this morning, ladies and gents? What are you hoping you will come away with? Anybody got any kind of like expectations? Well, I suppose we all have some expectations. Anybody got an expectation for this morning that you'd like to share with us? Or a feeling about what the next couple of days is going to be?
Well, I can kick it off, Chris.
Please do, Charlotte.
Because we put this together, and for me, it's an absolutely wonderful opportunity to collaborate amongst our various speaker associations. So we've got the Professional Speakers Association of Southern Africa and the Professional Speakers Association of Namibia, and we got the Virtual Speakers Association International. And then we collaborated along with the association in Cameroon and the Zambian Association, which I only discovered after we started this process. And we've also had some contact with our colleagues in Tanzania as well. So there's so many things that we can enjoy this, over these 2 days. But for me, it is absolutely wonderful to be able to do something together for the speakers in various associations across Africa that are not yet connected to any other associations. And we want to let them know that there are resources that they can tap into and places that they can join and find their speaker colleagues. And for me, that is like one of the best bonuses of this.
Fantastic. Yeah, that sounds really great. I would really endorse that, and that's very much the feeling that I have myself. It's just meeting people from different parts of this amazing continent that we're all part of, and just meeting and linking and connecting. Such an important thing to be able to do is to know that while we are quite far away from each other, we are still connected. And interestingly, we're not just connected by being African, part of Africa, belonging to the African continent. We, of course, are connected by the skill that we share, which is that of being a speaker. So there are two connections that the people on in this meeting this morning enjoy and share: being African and being a speaker. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, if I may, I think it's just, I think it's so exciting because I am hoping to hear new perspectives that we haven't heard yet on other platforms, because it's a group of, I've never been on a conference where everyone is from Africa, right? And very often I get saddened because I feel like that isn't brought to the fore enough. So I'm so glad that we're going to be joining together, and obviously one can learn from people from other continents, but it's just amazing to be able to learn from our own people.
Yeah, here. Thanks, Siegfried. That sounds very good to me.
And I would like to add something to
Go ahead.
that
Go ahead,
too.
Roland.
I saw when I received because I got to know about the conference through this email newsletter, and the theme of the conference is From Whisper to Wow. That's something that really excited me, because I feel like, just like the previous colleague said, I mean, there's so many talented speakers in Africa, and we are like a little bit spread all over the place. But I feel that when a summit like this brings us together, we share like ideas and we connect. I mean, we as speakers, we are not just empowering ourselves, but there's a lot of synergy or power that will come out of that will make our voices loud beyond Africa and wherever we actually intend our speaking vision or business to take us. So I'm really happy for this initiative, and I think it's going to be there'll be a lot of good things to learn and connections to make that will help each and every one of us.
Cool. Thank you very much, Roland. Yeah. And I see sorry, Hermine, I'll just quickly do the one in the chat box from Carolyn saying, I'm really excited about the conference. And where are we in the chat box here? Looking forward to learning, networking, sharing to the max. Arise Africa from whisper to roar. Wow, that sounds like a great battle cry. Arise Africa from whisper to roar. I like the sound of that. It's cool. And of course, it's using our slogan for the day. Just any other quick comments here from the chat box? Thank you for that, Roland. Good morning, obviously, from everyone. Lovely to be here. Carolyn saying she can't use her mic. She is coming to us from Nairobi in Kenya, in East Africa. So yeah, okay, so it's very good that we've got all these lovely messages here. We've got Billy Selakani coming in from the US of A, where he is on a family visit at the moment. Billy will be joining us as soon as he is able to do so. I don't know what time of the morning it is there now, but he will be joining us anyway. And yeah, good to see all the people here. Hermine, do tell us, you were going to say something.
Okay, yes. Firstly, I just want to co-sign on everything that everybody else has said, but I think my passion as a storyteller is really hearing the African story being told by Africans, because I feel like a story is never complete until you hear it from every single side. And I feel like for the longest time, you know, especially for me growing up, I always heard about Africa from a very non-African narrative. And I love the fact that Africans are rising up and they're like, no one can tell the story better than the person who actually lives the experience. And my presentation today is actually entitled The Lion Learns to Write, and it's taken from the African proverb, until the lion learns to write, the story will always glorify the hunter. And I think that really speaks to, you know, giving voice to Africans to tell the story. And I think that there's just a big part of, you know, the Africa that we don't hear about. And it's exciting that that's the Africa we're starting to hear about, the diversity, the culture, our connection, and Ubuntu. So that's what I'm really excited to hear about, and also how I can tell the African story better. That's what I'm here for.
Wow, I love that, Hermine. That really puts it in a nutshell very, very well. Yeah, the voice of Africa, not the voice about Africa, but the voice of Africa. We're going to use our voices this morning to share the stories, the culture, the power of the continent that we are part of. That's a very exciting thought and a very exciting concept. That's really great.
May I go next, Chris?
Please do, Claude.
I feel like we are at a cusp, we are at a confluence where two rivers meet. So this river brings some water, and another river brings water, pouring into the one that becomes the bigger river. We're coming from different places, fragmented, and now it's as if each one of these rivers, that's each one of you and the others that are joining, are going to be pouring into one massive river called Africa. And then the noise from that meeting place, it's like you are, closer to home at the Victoria Falls. The noise of all of this water meeting together will just be as loud. You can hear it from afar. I'm excited.
Sure. Some wonderful imagery there. Thank you, Claude. Yeah, with all the rain that we've been experiencing in South Africa in various areas, and seeing the power of a river in full flood, or to see water and the power that water has. I love that. That's a wonderful image. The rivers coming together, various rivers, various tributaries, all joining into the flow of the Sound of Africa. That's very cool. Thank you. Thanks, Claude. Any other thoughts, ladies and gents? We're just sharing for this half hour. Our official kickoff obviously is at 9:30 this morning. So we're just using half an hour to catch up and say hello to each other. So this really is a time just to say hi, just to share. That's what we're here for. We are human beings together. The whole thing of Ubuntu, obviously, sharing who we are and what we have with each other. That's what's happening here this morning.
I would like to jump in at this point and convey my deepest gratitude to Charlotte and the team that have put this together. And the reason I feel it's necessary to highlight that is because a lot of these initiatives are often a thankless endeavor. And the fact that I know Charlotte's heart to the continent, and the fact that this is something that she has toiled and sought and worked tirelessly towards, I just want to convey my heartfelt thanks to her and the team, which of course includes yourself, Chris. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Yolang. Bruce, of course, has played a very key role in this. So that is very exciting. It's very exciting that people will pick up the challenge and kind of run with it, because you're absolutely right. This sort of thing is what we need to be doing. And I suppose if one can look for positive things coming out of the pandemic, in some ways, that's what's happened, is we've realized the world is a fairly small place, and that we can connect in all sorts of ways through the miracle of technology. And that's what we're doing this morning. We're connecting with people all over. That's a lovely message, Yolang, and a very big thank you goes to Charlotte and Bruce for all the work they've put together in this. We will do that a little later as well, of course, just to say that. All right, here also, Carolyn is saying, keyword for the day, confluence. Lovely, coming out of what Claude was saying there, a lovely word. This is the conference of confluence. That's a tongue twister for you, the conference of confluence. just to get your speech organs working well for the morning. The meeting of minds and hearts, the exchange of ideas. Thank you, Carolyn, for picking that up via Claude. And also we have a hello message here from Yabijan. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. I hope I am. From Professional Speakers Association, India, I'm assuming. So that's wonderful to have you with us. A very, very big welcome to you. You are looking forward to learning, networking, supporting, and we're very glad to have you with us, Yabijan. I see your thumbs up there. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chris. It's happy to be part of this event. I'll just quickly share my video. Hi, good morning.
There we are.
So happy to be part of the event. I just recently joined PSAI in the month of April, and I'm just taking my baby steps into professional speaking. I've been a trainer coaching for the past 8 years. So now I'm looking forward to be part of the professional speaker forum. So I just got a message from my group that this event is happening, and so happy to be with all of you. As Chris has already shared that during this pandemic, everyone got connected. I've been part of Toastmasters for the past 7 years, and I have friends and connections from Nigeria, Kenya. I've attended their meeting, and I would look forward to share my knowledge, learning from you, and networking. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chris.
Thank you very much, Yabijan. It's really wonderful to have you with us. Where are you, by the way? You're in India, obviously. Where are you?
Yes. I'm in southern part of India, the Kerala state.
Ah, great. And what is your subject or your topic as a matter of interest? What do you train on and speak on?
Yeah, mostly I'm interested and I'm into leadership and team productivity performance. So that is what I do.
Brilliant. Well, thank you. It's really great that you took the trouble to be with us. What time of the day is it there, may I ask?
It's 1 p.m. right now over here.
Okay, cool. Great. Thanks, Yabijan. Thank you very much. A message in the chat box here from David alerting us to The Last Blackout, a thriller that you can use that link to see what's going on there. Good morning, David. How are you? Would you like to say a word? You could say 2 or 3 words if you like.
Can I say The Last Blackout?
You can say The Last Blackout. Now you've said it. Would you like to add anything to that? Seeing as we have no idea what you're talking about. Actually, I do, but...
It's an electrifying read that will shock people into action.
Okay, David Lipschitz has given us an electrifying read that will shock us into action. So wonderful. Thanks, David. The Last Blackout.
Hopefully people will read it and it will never happen.
That's good.
It's a horror stroke literary fiction stroke science fiction all combined in one. But I've seen Charlotte's hand's been up for quite a while, so need to give her the floor, Chris.
Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
That's very kind. Thank you. And the link there, I think, is for PSA India Association, just so that we can get to know some of the others. I'm hoping that by the end of this these 2 days that we would all have learned a little bit more about each other's associations. And for those of you who are newer perhaps to this community, just to realize how vast it is and how many different places there are around the world that you can actually connect to speaking colleagues just like yourself. But I actually just wanted to speak and respond to Yulang's lovely recognition. I really do appreciate that. And yes, I'm going to suggest that one of the best things that any speaker can do to further their own speaking career is to be a convention convener. Because when you work behind the scenes and you see what's happening, you work out how to be more helpful to the next convention organizer who hires you to speak, and how to position yourself and all the different intricacies that actually make us more professional, which is one of the goals of the session, is to raise our level of professionalism. But I also want to just respond to the whole concept about of what we're trying to do here in Africa. I'm a professional speaker, but I'm also a professional futurist. And we're finding in both the speaking world and in the futures world that in Africa, we keep importing wisdom and models and programs and insights from North America, from Europe, from the East. And we need to stop doing that. We need to really hear our voices. We need to raise our voices. We need to understand what we have here so that we can export our wisdom to other parts of the world who actually need to hear from us rather than us just waiting on them to come into Africa. So I say this all the time. It's almost like a little mantra. I probably say it about 4 or 5 times every week. And eventually I thought, we have to do something to actually, so I'm not just talking about that we can actually do something. So this particular summit is to do that, for us to connect and to get to know each other, to support each other, to raise our voices. And the more we do that, and already I'm hearing people saying, next time, can we do this? And next time, can we consider that? So I'm assuming this is going to be the first of a series of Pan-African summits, and we'll keep getting better at this and reach more and more people and bring more people in Africa into this community. And that's really important, because if this is what our heart is, that Africa's got wisdom that we can export, then we just need to do something practical like this event over these 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Charlotte. And of course, Charlotte is I hope I've got this title right. You're the international president of the Professional Speakers Association, Charlotte, this year.
No, not at all. But let me try that. I'm the immediate past president of the Professional Speakers Association of Southern Africa, and I'm the vice president of the Global Speakers Federation.
The Global Federation.
Federation is the body that many of our speaking associations belong to. And that federation allows us to communicate across the different associations so that we can do what we're doing here, but to do that with the association leaders across the world so that we can really add some power behind our profession. And again, raise standards, share resources with each other, connect each other to opportunities, both as individual speakers, but primarily in that role as association leaders.
Cool. Thanks a lot, Charlotte. That's wonderful. Okay. I'm just catching up on the chat box here. Any other comments here just to share? Yeah, just greetings from everybody. That's very nice. David's put something in on his book there. Confluence. Okay. And then Dikeledi, thanking Charlotte and agreeing wholeheartedly. Yeah, that's what we've got here today. A moment in history taking place, which is exciting.
While there's just a pause, I want to mention, I put into the chat box that we'd like to invite you to please post to social media, Instagram, Facebook, or LinkedIn. You can post to other social media, but then you'll have to alert me so I can go and look for it. And at the end of the day, we'll look at some of the posts and find something that's either somebody who's prolific in their posting or someone who's posted something really amazing about what we're doing. And then we'll award them a complimentary 1-hour coaching session by one of the leaders. Bruce Wade has made himself available for one of those. I'll do one of those sessions. The hashtag, Hermine, let's just use hashtag RAW, because that's what everybody in the WhatsApp group this morning was using, and it'll be, it won't be a confusing acronym for anything else. So let's just use RAW. There we go. Thanks so much. And let me know once you're doing that. I'll remind you every now and then. Chris will remind you for sure, and I'll keep an eye out on the social media to see.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 9:30. I'd like to officially kick off here with a very big welcome to all of you. And my name is Chris Boise. It's a real privilege to be the MC for this first morning of the Pan-African Speakers Conference. I'll be sharing that privilege with a couple of other MCs as the 2 days unfold. But I am just really delighted to be here and to be part of this which is a momentous occasion because it's the first conference of its kind where the organizers have gathered together speakers from all over the continent of Africa. Pan-Africanism, of course, is the idea that people of African descent have common interests and should be unified. And that's been around for a while. Of course, the people on this conference, as I mentioned earlier, we are unified in more ways than one. The one is that we are all African. We are part of the continent of Africa, but we're also unified by being speakers, human beings who want to make a positive difference in Africa and the world through our gifts and skills as communicators of ideas and inspirers, if I may put it that way. So Pan-Africanism is the sentiment that the people of Africa have a lot in common and that we should in fact celebrate that. So this is not so much a conference as a celebration, it's a party. So I hope you've come ready to enjoy the party because that's what we're going to be having today. And on that note, I would actually like to ask you to unmute yourselves because I just want a little bit of noise. We're talking about whispering and roaring, and very often, of course, in these Zoom things, we have more whispering or just one person roaring and all the other people not doing anything at all. So I'm going to require your applause in just a moment. So unmute yourself and I will give you your cue in just a second. You know, all parties have to have an instigator or someone who has ideas, gets the action of putting things together. We've mentioned Charlotte in this connection, and I'd like to introduce the gentleman. I will introduce him fully a little later, but just for me to say now, it gives me a lot of pleasure to introduce you to the man behind much of what's going on here today. And he is the president of the Professional Speakers of Southern Africa. And that, of course, is Bruce Wade. You may applaud now. Thank you, Bruce. Thanks a lot. Okay, you may mute yourselves again. Thanks, Bruce.
Of course, you must say Bruce Wade, the superhero.
Right, good morning. Africa, hear our roar this weekend. I think for far too many years, the citizens of Africa, we've been subject to the demands and commands of both the Western and the Eastern voices. And this has removed our voice and often reduced our influence over our own continent of Africa and definitely over our own future. We've been hearing about colonization and the influence that that has. But in recent times, we have seen men and women of Africa, towns and cities of Africa, and now provinces and entire countries of Africa begin to rise up and stake our claim on the future that is sustainable, humanitarian, and economic. We have been fiscal slaves for far too long, and it's now time to raise our voices from a whimper to a whisper, from a whisper to a roar. Africa, hear us roar. As speakers of Africa, we have inherited the power of persuasion, of influence, and of the future. Let us learn how to use this power wisely as we stand on stages and roar the messages that Africa must share with the citizens of our continent and to the rest of the world. The future does indeed belong to the rising of Africa, and we as the speakers, the evangelical frontline force of this future. We are the courageous who will go before the politicians and before the policymakers. We go before the agreements and the contracts and make pathways through often uncharted country, ready for others to follow in our footsteps. As we come together, speakers, over the next 2 days, may we find a common strength that is the professional speakers of Africa. May we learn from each other, may we collaborate with each other and partner for a common goal with a brighter future for our continent. I do want to acknowledge all the associations that have collaborated to make this moment happen. And to all the individuals spearheaded by Charlotte and the team who have sacrificed their times, there's nights and there's long meetings to compile the agenda, to find speakers, develop a program, redevelop the program, redo the agenda, and then to promote the event to where we are today. We acknowledge you all. Charlotte, thank you from us and for everybody else on your team. We do notice you. Your efforts do not go unnoticed. So it is my pleasure to now sit back and to listen to the whispers of our continent as we begin to turn them into the roars of encouragement and enthusiasm and delight in our two-day confluence. From whisper to roar, let's hear the voices of Africa. Chris.
Bravo. Thank you very much, Bruce. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bruce. Well, you know, obviously our conference today, quite obviously, has this theme of the whisper that roars, or from a whisper to a roar, and the emblem of the lion. Well, our first speaker really is a lion in our industry. He's known all over the world for his power as a speaker of many, many years standing. Interestingly, he identifies not so much as a lion, but as an Indlovu. And those of you who are not so Zulu speaking, Indlovu is an elephant. And he even uses the elephant as a symbol in his logo. If you Google, you know, words that describe an elephant, and there are many, they include powerful, majestic, regal, intelligent, playful, emotional, perceptive, and many others. And I think all of these words describe Billy Silakane very well indeed. He's been a leading figure in our industry for a very long time, gathering many awards and fame all over the world during that time. So aside from mentoring and leadership and training awards, he's of course a certified speaking professional of the NSA, which is only 8% of global speakers have that distinction. He's obviously a member of the South African Speakers Hall of Fame. He's winner of the XP Award, which is a kind of an Oscar in the speaking industry, to mention just a few. He's an author, an internationally acclaimed inspirational keynote speaker, an organizational effectiveness, as well as a successful businessman. His purpose, the purpose of his company, is to make this world a better place by inspiring people and organizations to want to be the best and provide them with the tools to achieve that. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome our first speaker of the day, Mr. Billy Silakane.
Good morning, guys. Wow, what a pleasure to be here. Some of you know that I'm coming. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, perfectly, Billy. Well done. Sounds good.
Thank you. Some of you might not know that I'm in the US at the moment, and it's 20 to 4 in the morning. So I had to wake up at 3 o'clock to sort of, you know, ground myself so that I'm able to have this beautiful conversation that we're having. And Bruce, your opening was just amazing. It is just a pleasure and a privilege for me to be in this platform. And indeed for Africa to connect, because I think as Africans, especially we South Africans, have been sort of isolated from the rest of the continent. And I believe that, like you're saying, we are leading the way now. We are taking our rightful place in the seats of the nation as speakers, as inspirers, and as men and women who are in the transformational space. So it is indeed Africa awakening, and it's a pleasure and a privilege for me to be with you this morning. So my keynote is quite simple. It's more a masterclass than a keynote. It's about 10 qualities or 10 qualities that makes you or will create you to become a transformational speaker. Now, the question then becomes, what is a transformational speaker? I believe that a transformational speaker is somebody that uses data, mixed with emotion, to shift people's state of being, take them from where they are, which the S is, showing them the to be, where the transformation is happening, but also give them a bridge, help them build a bridge from the S is to the to be, so that they can truly be impactful individual leaders and members of society or organizations that they work for. Now, these 10 qualities are qualities that I've observed in other speakers, I've observed in myself, and I've also, done a bit of research and looking at, one of our, many of our top colleagues from around the world who've been in the industry much longer than some of us, that why have they stayed relevant for such a long time? So point number one, a transformational speaker, it's someone that has what we call clarity of intention. They are clear about why they want to speak, and they're clear about why they speak. Now, in most cases, when we travel or we work with audiences, people come to us and there's always this kind of, people think, oh, what you're doing is very easy. I can get on stage and do what you do. And I always laugh and say, well, if it was so easy, public speaking would not be fear number one, because if you study what really makes people scared in the world, they will tell you that the greatest fear that people have is speaking publicly. That's number one. So it means it's a difficult thing to do. Now, for you to become a transformational speaker, you must have what I call clarity of intention. Be clear about what is it that you want to do.
Billy, can I just interrupt you very quickly? I do apologize. We've lost your video. I don't know if it would be really good to see you.
Okay. All right. Can you now see me? Yeah.
Yes, wonderful. That's better. Thank you. Please ensure you are muted, all the other people. Thanks for that, Billy.
Thank you. Right. So like I said, the first part is being an intentional speaker, because most of the time, people believe that what we do is easy, and it's not easy. People see us on stages, people see us, people clapping hands for us, they think, I can do this and whatever. But the truth is not easy. It's something that demands so much from us and takes away so much from us. And until we're intentional about what we're doing, we then will fail in becoming transformational. So that's the first point. Every speaker must be intentional. Number two, there has to be clarity and depth of your message. Now, what do I mean by clarity and depth of your message? The question is, are you an authority on the subject that you're speaking about? And can you back it up with data that says, yes, you're an authority? Doing a lot of mentoring of young upcoming, township entrepreneurs or even speakers, I would hear some of them say, Mr. Silikane, please, mentor me. And say, well, that's cool, man. So what do you speak about? And you'd hear somebody says, no, I speak about wealth. And I've asked them a question. I said, listen, are you wealthy? And they would frown and say, I said, but hey, you're telling me that you're speaking about wealth. You can't speak about wealth unless you're wealthy. And they say, no, but I've read a Robert Kiyosaki book. I said, reading the books is something, but doing it is another thing. Are you an authority on the subject? Yes or no? And in most instances, people have this illusion that they can just get on stage and blab things out based on the books that they've read or seminars that they've attended. And I believe that true, authentic, and transformational speakers are people that are speaking from a place of experience, a place of depth, and a place of authority. And I say to people, you have to be able to back it up. You have to show up with data that people can validate independently of you and agree that indeed you're an authority on the subject that you're speaking on. So the second point, to become a transformational speaker, you must have clarity and depth of message. The third one is, what is your message solving? Getting on stage is beautiful, telling stories is beautiful, but what are you solving? What are you solving for? Because all our audiences are going through some issue or the other, some challenge or the other. And is your message going to give them tools of shifting from just massive inspiration into a place of action that can deliver results? That's what I say to people. I say, my responsibility is to inspire people to be the best that they can be, but while they're inspired, give them tools, practical tools of shifting them from just being on a high to becoming practical and achieving results. And that's what we need to do. Our message must solve a problem that our audience or our clients are facing. Otherwise, it just becomes like a high, like somebody has taken some tablets that give them a massive, emotional journey and emotional high, but at the end of the day, when they wake up, nothing has happened. Now, if your message is solving some of the challenges or most of the challenges that the audience is facing, it takes us to step number 4. What is the recent proof or data that this message has indeed solved the challenge that it's trying to solve? Now, when we get on stage, we've got 60 minutes, guys. 60 minutes is not a lot of time. Therefore, it means you must architecture your message in such a way that in that 60 minutes, you are able to give data to your audience that will prove that client X, client Y, client Z had this challenge. This is the process that went through, and these are the results that they've achieved. And again, people will check you out. Especially now, in the advent of Google, anything that you say on stage, some audience member is going to Google and is going to approve it or disprove it. So the fourth one is you've got to have recent assignments that have proven that indeed you have solved this problem that you're saying you are able to solve. And we live in times of transformation. We live in times of digitalization. So everybody's got access to data and real-time data. So that's the fourth thing. You have to prove that you have solved this challenge that you say you're going to assist your clients in solving. Point number 5. For a very long time, I've always struggled with this word niche. I remember many years ago, I had an honor and a privilege to meet the late Zig Ziglar at the NSA. And I asked him this question. I said, so Zig, who's your audience? And his answer floored me. And he said to me, son, 90% of Americans believe in God, and that's my audience. And I thought, wow, that's kind of amazing. I mean, and I went back and I said to myself, I think I'm like Zig Ziglar. I don't have a particular group of people I speak to. I speak to everybody. But eventually when I matured and I realized that in most instances, audiences want you to sort of speak to them based on the fact that we've spoken with almost the same audience that you're dealing with. So then came this kind of niche audience. Who really do you speak to? Because I believe that as a speaker, you can never be a general dealer anymore. For a long time, we'd be talking to all kinds of conferences, anywhere, conference for nurses, conference for doctors, conference for accountants, conference for panel beaters. We were all over, but things have changed. People want people that understand the industry intrinsically. Therefore, you've got to say to yourself, who is really my avatar? Who am I speaking to? You've got to define that one person. And there's the 7-point-something billion of us on planet Earth. So if you can define this one person to a T, then that's your audience. That's the people that you need to talk to. Those are the people that you need to begin to communicate with. Your social media, your marketing must be focused on this one person. And that one person gets multiplied many, many, many times, gets multiplied from country to country, from continent to continent. Therefore, it is critical for you to really find that niche audience that you speak to. And for me, it took me a long time. And now my audience is quite simple. I speak with HR people, I speak with CEOs, I speak with managing directors, I speak with owners of small, medium-sized enterprises. And then I speak with youth entrepreneurs. So I don't go anywhere anymore. I used to go anywhere many years ago, but now I don't. I choose where I go because it's critical for me to now. Am I muted, guys? All right. Can you guys hear me?
You're good, Billy.
I'm okay. All right.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
We keep losing your video, Billy. I'm not sure when somehow when you speak to us there, now it's on, but then it just disappears.
All right. That's very strange.
No, it's gone again.
Gone.
Yeah.
Wow. This is crazy. I don't know. I'm in America. It's supposed to be easy here.
Yeah, these Americans. But anyway, we can hear you very clearly, Billy, so that's cool.
All right. So I was speaking to the point number 5 about your niche audience. You've got to decide who you speak to. You've got to search for these people. You've got to connect with them. All your content must be driven towards these people or towards this one person. And for those that are almost new in the industry, yes, in the beginning, because you need to gather your kilometers, you'll speak at many, many places, but eventually you've got to choose where you want to speak and where you're not going to speak. Point number 6, deep diving your subjects, both your subject as people and your subject as the message that you're doing. Now, when I'm talking about deep diving, I'm talking about really having intrinsic data about your audience. And if you go to Facebook, actually, there are people in this platform who are very good at doing this, but Facebook has one of the greatest data points that can really, really take down your audience to this one person. Who they are, what time do they go on the internet, how much do they earn, and those kind of things, so that you're really clear about this person that you're talking to. Because like I said, you cannot become a general dealer anymore. You've got to speak to specific people. Because for me, at the moment, what I do, every keynote that I do when I'm on stage or I'm online, I do subliminal selling. I deliver what needs to be delivered, but I always go with a clear intention that if it's an audience of 50, I at least want to close 5 people to shift them from stage to meeting. that after I've spoken to them, after 5 of them have to talk to me and we have to shift the meeting from stage or from the platform to a meeting, then be able to close them as a deal. Because those 5 people will give me an intervention or interventions that will last me minimum 6 months, maximum 18 months. So that's my intention. And I deep dive these people, who are they, what their businesses are, have they done culture interventions before? What is their pain points? And everything and anything that I do on stage speaks to them, because these are my chosen audience, because I do a lot of culture interventions. So when I'm on stage, I'm really selling my culture interventions more than anything else, even though I do deliver the message that inspires them. But at the end of the day, I want to have engagement out of the stage or off the platform. So that's point number 6. You've got to deep dive, you've got to do proper research. It's no longer difficult to do research. LinkedIn gives you data, Facebook gives you data, and you can also do your own research. Point number 7, which is what I like the most, is what I call message architecture. How you have crafted your message, and message architecture is so profound, because as you deliver, you're either saying to your audience, I'm the go-to girl or the go-to guy as far as this topic is concerned, or you're just giving them generalities. You're just saying, oh, this is what's happening, blah, blah, blah. But if you craft your message in a way that it becomes specific, because you know who you're speaking to, you know what problems you're solving for them. If you craft your message, it has to be very, very specific. You've got to use data, metadata. You've got to create some hyperlinks for your audience. And for me, I really spend a lot of my time when I'm going to speak to audiences, really spend a lot of time on my message architecture. 60 minutes. How many times I'm going to be selling in that 60 minutes, stories, and we'll talk about it, when we talk about platform mechanics. It's important that, I've seen speakers who have the same message, deliver it the same way over and over again, and say to them, no, you can't do that. It must be the same, but it must be architectured different audience. When in Cape Town, you've got to find out the nuances in Cape Town that businesses are dealing with. When you're in Cote d'Ivoire, when you're in Nigeria, when you're in the US, I'm going to be speaking here as well. I know the audience I'm going to be speaking to. It's not a big audience, about 40 people, but these are people that I know. Again, out of the 40, I want 4 to engage out of my keynote. And therefore, my message is geared towards them. It's as if I'm speaking to each and every one of them individually. You cannot speak generic anymore. It has to be specific. So the way that you architecture your message is absolutely critical. Number 8, platform mechanics. Now, I remember when we were in Namibia, I did a keynote about this, and it's something that I'm really, really passionate about. And I usually say to people, if you cannot dance to a keynote, you're not at the top of your game yet. What do I mean if you cannot dance to a keynote? If you cannot be on stage and do your keynote without speaking, closing your mouth, but walking your keynote on stage, then you're not on top of your game. Again, what does it mean? It means when you do your message architecture, you have to script your movements on stage. Now, every stage, let me just give it to you. Every stage you've got a 16, 8, or a 4. What do I mean 16, 8, or 4? You've got 16 blocks, or you've got 8 blocks, or you've got 4 blocks on any stage that we can go to. That's how the guys who design stages do. And because my research took me to the backstage, to the guys who put together platforms and said, but why are your stages like this? And they told me. So therefore, when you're in a bigger stage, it's going to be 16. Some stages are 32. 32 is like massive. But mostly it's 16, which means you've got 16 blocks, you've got 8 blocks, and you've got 4 blocks. And in most instances, they will put a lectern on the left or they'll put a lectern on the right. Now, as a speaker, you're not a politician. Politician speaks from lecterns. That's where they are. That's where they read their speeches. We don't read our speeches. We deliver our speeches. So when you get on stage, which is what I do most of the time, you have to kill the lectern. I have a story that I start with on the lectern and kill the lectern in the minds of my audience, so that when I move in the middle, they don't focus on the lectern, they focus on me, because that's important. And all of that is scripted. If it's going to be on the right, if it's going to be on the left, I'm going to calculate exactly how many steps I need to get to the middle. After I say this story, I'm going to move 7 or 6 steps and get into the center, and then I'll start delivering my keynote. When I tell a particular story, I know I need to move to the left, twice, or move to the right twice. And that is based on the audience, the way that people sit. Now, many years ago, there's a guy called Sean, who's a speaker, I've just forgot his surname. He's the guy that taught about how people sit according to our brain profiles, and it was something that's absolutely amazing. So when I prepare my keynote, I know exactly who'll be on the left, who'll be on the right, who's going to be in the middle, and who are my favorite audience. The hecklers will always be at the back of the stage. Now, what I do is, when I prepare my message, I look at those things and I make sure that I prepare my message according to each and every person sitting in the audience, so that I'm able to talk to everybody individually. Let me give you an example. People that sit on the left, which is our right when we're on stage, left, which is right, are usually the left brain kind of people, accountants, engineers, those kinds, very serious people. So therefore, and then on your left, which is on the left, which is your right, which is the left, is the other way around. These are the exciters, the people that will always laugh at your jokes and stuff like that. So when you tell a particular joke, you have to talk to the people that you know you need them to laugh, because these other guys will laugh anyway. But when you tell these guys, you've got to find a way to not lose this beautiful audience that gives you the energy, but you've got to talk to these guys. So each and everything on stage, and this is something that we will do many, many times. I will write a book about it, and I'll create videos about it, because I promise you, platform mechanics sometimes becomes the deciding factor whether people think you're an amazing speaker or whether people think you're just an ordinary speaker. Because everything that you do on stage has to be crafted. Again, where did I learn this? I learned it from theater. I'm a serious theater guy. I'm a lover of the Phantom of the Opera. I've seen it over 100 times. I've been backstage. I've seen how they create, they create this tapes that they put on stage that we, the audience, can see, but these guys see who on stage. When they sing a particular song, they need to be here. When they say a particular thing, they need to be there. And all of that is based on a science. It's not based on some airy-fairy guy trying to be smart. It's based on a particular science. And therefore, when we learn that science and we apply it, when we deliver our keynote, we just become so effective as speakers. I spoke at a conference where there was about 5,000 young people, and there was about hundreds of speakers. I mean, I think there was 200 speakers, quite honestly. And if there's 200 speakers, you're going to drown if you don't get your story right. Again, the stage was massive. Again, that stage was a 16. It couldn't be a 32, it was a 16. And I knew exactly how to plan my keynote. And I became speaker of the conference because I understood platform mechanics, because I understood how to deal with these young people. I knew who was sitting where. I knew where to say my jokes. I knew where to tell my stories. I knew where to talk hard data, which side of the stage I must look at. So each and everything that I did was based on me scripting my keynote, away from the message architecture, me scripting my movement as a speaker of where I'm going to be, voice projection, and everything that has to do with delivering an impactful speech. So platform mechanics is very, very important. Now that we're on digital platforms, it's even more difficult because, I was saying to somebody, now when you're on digital space, your brain plays games with you. You want to move and go crazy, but you can't, Fortunately, I have a studio. So in my studio, I can do the stuff I do on stage because my studio is set up in that way. So I've got a proper bells and whistles, cameras and whatever. So I can plan my own architecture, my own platform mechanics in my own studio, and I can deliver the way that I want to deliver. But in instances like this, I'm sitting here and in this beautiful kitchen where I am in New Jersey, and I have to sit and look at you and talk to you. And the beautiful thing about this is I treat it almost like a master class more than a keynote. So when you're delivering on digital platforms, it becomes very difficult because you've got to now imagine the stage in your head. So your brain has to be on stage. You've got to almost mirror the emotions that you're going to give out when you're on stage, when you're telling a joke, when you're telling a particular story. So being on digital platforms, again, you need to really craft it again. You need to write down your mechanics and have them in your head and say, when I'm telling the story, I need to get closer to my camera. And by the way, we've got people in this room, most speakers in this room are very good on delivering on digital platforms. Charlotte is one of those people, Landy Jack, you'll see her, this guy is the master of the art. Actually, someone was saying to me, which is quite amazing, it says now speakers must go and learn how to read teleprompters like news readers. So we must almost be as good as news readers because the game is changing, the games keep changing. So your platform mechanics, not only to look at your physical stage, but to look at the psychological stage that you have to deal with when you're speaking in a digital platform. So that's the 8th point. The 9th point, it's about stories. every keynote that you deliver must have an anchor story and supporting stories. The anchor story becomes the massive story that you tell. Then you have little stories, you know, that you hook, that always takes back the audience to the story. I mean, my relationship with Phantom of the Opera started in 2001. And it took me, I think it took me, I don't know, 5 years or so for me to eventually create a keynote based on the experiences that I've had with Phantom of the Opera, because I was writing and researching how am I going to take this massive, beautiful story that I don't own, which is owned by this massive, you know, say, Andrew Lloyd Webber. How do I take it, give it the respect that it has, but own it in a way that it gave me a particular experience, and take that as an anchor story, but take my life story and plug it in and all other small little stories in my life, but still using this big story. And I created a keynote called Stand Up and Deliver, and I've delivered it over 500 times, you know, around the world. And that Stand Up and Deliver is based on the Phantom of the Opera and my experience with the Phantom of the Opera, but it also tells my life story. So it is my anchor story, and then it is again covered by my personal life story and little funny stories along the way in my life that then elevates the anchor story. But eventually, it's about my story. In earlier times, we used to call it the signature keynote. It still is a signature keynote because the story is your story, is authentically yours, and nobody can refute it or dispute it. So your keynote must have an anchor story. What is your big story? What is the thing that people are going to go on and say, wow, you know, I've seen speakers, I've had speakers, but this guy or this girl, man, he or she's amazing. That's going to be based on this massive, massive anchor story and the small supporting stories. Now, your small supporting stories, again, they are not static. So I have a book, you know, I like to write and draw. I have a book where I write all my stories. I mean, it doesn't matter. The funny stories, the big stories, it doesn't matter whatever happens in my life, which I think is funny, which I can use, I write it down. You know, one of the greatest speakers in the world is a guy called Tony Campolo. He's based in Philadelphia. He's a white Italian guy who's a pastor of a black church, kind of strange. But Tony Campolo is one of the most unbelievable storytellers in the world. Google him, Tony Campolo. Now, one day they were interviewing his son and they were saying to his son, tell us, man, the stories that your father tells, are these stories really true? And his son says, well, you know, my father's a great storyteller. Most of the stories are true and they happen exactly the way that they happen, but the way that he tells them makes the difference. And he made an example that his father would be, you know, buying groceries at Walmart, and as he goes to the till to go and pay, somebody comes and knocks at him and something falls off, and he says he can take that one moment and create a very powerful emotional story. And he says, that's my father. That's why he is who he is, because he's an amazing storyteller. Now, as a speaker, that's your responsibility. And we're Africans, we are the owners of stories. You know, storytelling is an Afrocentric thing. We used to sit around the fire and tell stories and hear stories. So it's in our genes to tell stories, but we have to be able to craft these stories in a way that it becomes powerful. And remember, when we're on stage, we're competing with Hollywood. People want to cry, people want to laugh, people want to get all these emotions from you in 60 minutes, from minute one to the last minute. But the most powerful thing is your anchor story must be exceptionally powerful and must have great supporting stories. Now, the 10th one, which brings everything together, you've got to be able to create what I call the Me Too moments for your audience. So from 1 to 9, if you fail on 10, you failed in your keynote. What are Me Too moments? I think one of the things that we need to do, we need to show our human vulnerabilities to our audience. We need to make them understand that we're as human as they are, that we suffer as they do, that we fail as they do, that we make mistakes as they do. But also it's basically you're telling a hero's journey. But this hero's journey must not, you know, you must not tell people, oh, I private jet this and I'm doing this and I'm sleeping at 10-star hotels and what. People think, oh my God, I can't do those kind of things. This guy's kind of special. Bring it home, let it be normal. And as you tell your story, people are going to find themselves in your story and say, oh my God, me too. I think I've gone through the same thing. Oh, I've gone through the same thing. And so what you do when you create Me Too moments, you're making people own your story. Because when you go to a movie, we like a particular character in the movie because we resonate with this person. We like this person in the movie, we don't like this person. Because in real life, we'd never even like that person because they don't resonate with us. So your story when you're on stage, you must really create those little moments of nuggets where people find themselves in your story, where people begin to own your story. And that's what makes you as a speaker completely unforgettable. Because when you meet people 4 or 5 years down the line at an airport, in anywhere else, they're going to come to you and say, you know what? When I saw you speaking, you just said that, you just told this story and it resonated with me. And I went back home and I did APC and then my life changed. That's what we do, because we want to effect change in people. No matter how long we spoke with them, when they see us, that emotion must be revoked instantly and must look at it and say, thank you very much because of who you are and what you've done for me in so many years, can even months. But when you shared your story with us on stage, it felt so close to me. And I realized that I too can change my life. And that's what our responsibility is, to be on stage, to tell a story, to tell a message, to deliver it with such finesse, with such science and such art, that we connect not only with the minds of our people, but we connect their minds and their hearts. And once that happens, a transformational process takes place. And then we truly become transformational speakers. And once you're a transformational speaker, you will work until you're 120, because people will never get tired of listening to you because of your authenticity, because of your love, and because of the fact that you do this not for yourself. You do this as a responsibility, understanding that we are on the stage, and being on stage, it's a privilege, not a right. And we're given this privilege, and we have to take it seriously, and we have to deliver in ways that it's just absolutely amazing and transformational. Beautiful. That's my story. The 10 points. Let me go through them again for you. Clarity of intention, number 1. Clarity and depth of message, number 2. What problem am I solving, number 3. Recent proven assignments, number 4. Niche audience, number 5. Deep diving your audience, number 6. Message architecture, number 7. Platform mechanics, number 8. The anchor story and supporting stories, number 9. Creating Me Too moments at number 10. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Billy. If you'd like to unmute yourselves, ladies and gents, let's give a kind of a acknowledgement, recognition with a round of applause and a thank you to Billy for that.
Billy!
That's very cool. So I think let's just do that. As the speaker finishes, let's just unmute ourselves so that we've got some noise in the room to say thank you to that speaker, which I think is a very African way of doing things. Billy, thank you so much. Really a very special thank you, Billy, for taking the time at 4 o'clock in the morning, whatever it is where you are in the US, and breaking your time in the US to share those absolute pearls of wisdom with us. I mean, that really was 10 points that provide such food for thought. So I'm assuming people have taken notes. I've been taking notes like crazy so that we can go back over these notes and make these things work. I mean, Billy's been speaking for many years, as we all know, and has done that all over the world to so many audiences. And to share that wisdom does turn it into a masterclass. So Billy, thank you again for your time and being with us this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
It's a pleasure, guys, and have a great one and have a beautiful one. Connect, you know, we'll get each other's numbers. Somebody has approached me again from Cameroon. Thank you very much, guys, for putting it together. Charlotte, you are a superstar as always.
Thanks a lot, Billy. Have a couple of hours sleep and get a big American breakfast.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, ladies and gents, thank you very much to Billy for that and for being with us. We're going to move on. Our next speaker is a young lady who is the executive director of the Circle of Excellence Group and also global director of World Business Intelligence. She's an award-winning business pioneer, a prosperity expert, and a world traveler who uses the intelligence that she teaches to live a life of prosperity, freedom, and purpose. She has a history of extensive travel to more than 50 countries, and she's consulted in those countries with top leaders and top executives to find out more about what affects them and how things are going with them. Landy Jack is the managing editor of Lead Magazine, which is a voice for thought leaders worldwide, and she's author of a book called The Book of Sacred Prescriptions, which is a body of work on the mindset strength that helps us navigate uncertain times. It's a great privilege to have Landy with us this morning. She holds a master's degree in industrial psychology. Ladies and gents, let's welcome Landy Jack.
Thank you, Chris, for that fantastic introduction.
Well done, Landy.
Landy, I think that you are muted.
I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me,
there you
Chris?
are. You're fine. You're with us. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you for that lovely introduction, Chris. It's fantastic to be with you all here today. Let me just do a quick check. Can everyone see my slides and can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
That's all great. That's all great. Okay, so before I get started today, I'm very excited to share some tips here with you today as well. I just want to say to Billy, well done on a great talk, Billy. Me and Billy have three things in common. We're both African. We both can dance like hell. I've seen it myself. And today I've learned that we both absolutely love the Phantom of the Opera. I'm obsessed with that as well. So shows you just how much we have in common. Anyway, I'm going to share with you today your African passport to the world and really what you can do to claim your space as African and as an African person wanting to enter the globe. Now, I have to give you a really positive spin on this, which is, we've traveled far and wide. And I think sometimes there's the perception that Africa still need to penetrate the world and Africa still need to get to the world. Whereas I want to tell you, there is a lot of positivity out there. I already am seeing a lot of Africans traveling the world. I'm already seeing a lot of Africans influencing the world. And I think the part that really makes me proud to be African is I'm already seeing a lot of Africans teaching the world about something that's very unique to us. And that is the African heartbeat and what it means to build the African heartbeat into your message, because it feels to me sometimes it's something only we can hear. So let's talk about ways you can claim your African passport to the world today. But before I get into the details and the tips that I want to share with you, there's some philosophies I just want to bring across first. And the first one here is, please stop viewing yourself as small town, as rural, or just someone who's trying to make a living. And I'm really asking you this because wherever I go, whenever I bump into a fellow African, I'm always so proud that my heart can explode. You are as competent and you are as big as the rest of the world. I do sometimes find many Africans, when they still aspiring to be on a world stage or to enter that part of the world, really see themselves as much smaller than what they really are. The problem, in my view, is never ever a competence problem, but more of a confidence problem. So ask yourself today, if you can see yourself the way that people who believe in you see you, what is possible for you once you start entering the world stages. Another point I want to bring across, overseas does not mean bigger, better, or smarter. I cannot tell you how many boardrooms I sat in with people around the table from all sorts of countries especially that may be viewed by the world as smarter, better, more educated, more intelligent. And then when the debate starts or content gets delivered, it's very normal for you to start comparing yourself to some of the people around you and go, wow, what I have to contribute here is really worth. It's really of value and it's really up there. So a lot of people have their perception that, oh, I'm going overseas, or I'm going to speak overseas, or I'm going to be in a boardroom consulting overseas, or be on the stage. And it's such a big thing. Of course, it's a big thing. And you need to be excited. But I want to absolutely assure you, because you're African does not mean you are lesser than or smaller. Because you're African may mean that you bring more resilience, more perspective, more creativity, more solution-mindedness to the problem than many of these countries that you may see as bigger and better. So with all that said, we now have learned probably more than ever that you have the world in one hand. You have the opportunity to now, from the comfort of your cell phone, deliver keynote speeches, do international consulting, build a digital platform that really looks fantastic and professional. I do feel a massive movement happening from the world of apps to the world of, from the world of desktop to the world of apps, where we can really create landing pages. We can create keynote speeches with backgrounds. We can make use of Zoom technology. We can make use of WhatsApp groups and technology. All of this for you as a speaker, consultant, professional, whatever you see is possible for you from the comfort of a mobile phone. So I don't want you, when you're on this call today, think of global as I have to have state-of-the-art computers. I have to have 2 computers. I have to have all those things. Because we've traveled so much, me and Mike has found ways to build global brand and world-class delivery from the comfort of a phone, from mobile phone. Why? Because we're on airports a lot. You have limited connectivity. You have all those things that happens that sort of forces you to realize, look, I have to use my mobile phone. And you know, there's many of us in Africa. There's many of us even in India. There's many of us in Asia who skipped the whole laptop generation. So all these options from the comfort of a mobile phone is now available to you. So we are proudly African. I am proudly African. Whenever I travel away from the continent, I can feel the pull back to the continent. I can feel my heart beat in the African way because I'm born here. And I know many of you share that. And I want to see Africa become incredibly successful. And I want to see Africa get loud. And I want to see Africa get taken seriously, because we do not only speak, we also dance. We also tell stories, as Billy told you. We really are incredibly holistic in our delivery, and it's time we start using that to our advantage. So as an African, you have the right to earn 10 times more than what you're earning now. There's no reason why you can't charge in US dollars and come and spend it back in your home country. You have the right to choose clients that want you. There's a world out there of people that's looking for what you have. You only have to connect those two, and you just need to get excited about what you offer, because if you're excited about what you have to offer, other people will get excited about what you have to offer. And here's the problem: if you have a confidence problem, even though you have big competences, people will not find what you have to offer exciting, and that sort of puts you in second line. So that doesn't mean what you have to offer is not 5-star. That doesn't mean what you don't have to offer is world-class. Many times the breakdown is you're not excited about it. You're not passionate about it. People see right through you. They see you have a confidence problem, and therefore they don't want to use what you have. Use being African to your absolute advantage. So if I can do it, you can do it. I've been to 50 countries. I've worked over 6 continents. I'm intending to make it 7. I really want to start working more in the northern parts, the ice parts of the world, simply because I have DNA coming from there as well. And in fact, my DNA looks like a spokes wheel. I'm a true citizen of the world. I was born in Africa, but I have DNA all over the show. I must have had very, very active parents in my ancestry. So I'm really, really so proud to be taking my birthright of Africa and showing it to all the other continents of the world. I've also learned during COVID, in order to be global, you can do it by traveling, but you can also do it by not traveling at all. It's your choice. So you don't have to travel, and I'll talk to you about that a little bit later. But I want you to understand today, if you listened to Chris's introduction, you went like, oh yeah, great for her. Where the hell do I start? How do I get that ramp? I don't necessarily have the money to travel as much as the moment. I want you to feel absolutely assured that you can build a global footprint, a global brand, a global community, and a global product by sitting in the comfort of your home with good internet connection and your mobile phone. So I'm going to give you some specific tips today, and I've put it into a blueprint for you, your African passport to the world. I'm going to keep it short, sweet, and to the point. And I'm going to give you a chance at the end of my talk where there's going to be a bigger picture of what I'm going to present here now, a blueprint. And I want you to have your mobile phones ready and take a picture so that you can process this a little bit later when it's not going as hard and fast as it's going now. So here's the blueprint. I call it your passport to the world. in 4 easy steps. And I'm going to discuss those 4 easy steps with you now. Now, there's many things you can do to be a phenomenal speaker. There's many things you can do to position yourself globally. But I'm only sharing 4 with you today so that you feel you have a starting point in order to take this further after today's talk. Number 1, it seems so obvious, yet I find so many times with clients that we help that they do not necessarily pay attention to this one. Look global. Look global to the world. Make sure that your LinkedIn profile is set up in a way that people see that what you have to offer have a global service. You don't have to go and build the most expensive, time-consuming, soul-destroying website out there to look global. Start with your LinkedIn profile. It is a trusted and credible way for people to check you out globally. So go and make sure your profile pictures update, your banners updated, your banner looks great. Make sure your LinkedIn is targeting the people in your audience that you want to attract. So if you want to attract Europeans, make sure it's targeting that group. If you want to attract Americans, make sure it targets that group. If you want to actually target more of Africa, make sure that that's clear on your LinkedIn profile, but go and update it. And here's the key, go and update it so it looks like a conversation with people in your target market. Next obvious point, .com your brand. Make sure you are the lion that roars.com or the person that solves this problem.com or whatever, so that people can see you are ready for global service, and then immediately start charging in US dollars. Me and Mike work over many countries, but we only charge in US dollars. So first point. Second point, make sure that you embrace global diversity. We are so used in Africa to a selected group of races, genders, colors, but the globe is much bigger than that. Global diversity is what gets me excited. Global diversity is why I travel, because I love all the cultures of the world. I love to learn from all the cultures. Make sure that if you're on stages and events, that the people in your audience is globally diverse. Try different countries, different cultures, different audiences. Here's the shocking part. Not everyone's going to like you, and it's okay, but you have to go and test it. You have to go and test whether the Arab nations warm up to you, whether Malaysia warm up to you, whether USA warm up to you, whether UK warm up to you. Me and Mike have spoken on many stages where it's clear some people do not like Mike and some people do not like me. You have an attraction and an affinity to certain cultures worldwide. Go look for them. Make sure that you belong to clubs and associations that's globally diverse again, and make sure that you belong to movements or start movements that's globally diverse. So many people want to be global, but they only cater for 1 or 2 cultures, or they only belong to clubs that represents 1 or 2 cultures or languages. Make sure that people, when they go on your Facebook page or LinkedIn profiles or look at the movements you created, they truly see global diversity and not only your race and maybe 2 others. And that really is where the proof in the pudding comes in, and that is what makes things exciting. Number 3, talk to people. It sounds like the craziest piece of advice, but I'm going to give you the opposite of not talking to people. Do not send out massive email marketing campaigns that doesn't feel personal. Do not post things on Facebook that does not connect with people personally. Go on your WhatsApp and leave personal voice notes for people all over the world. Go and have Zoom calls with many cultures and many types of people all over the world. Even if you don't understand their languages and ways of doing initially, it doesn't matter. That's how you're going to learn. If you go, wow, what a weird culture, I'm not sure if I can do that, go for it. Go for it. Talk to them, have Zoom calls with them, learn about them, learn about the way they do business, the way they speak, the way they consult, and that will enrich your world. Email people personally. So if you have an email list, rather than splurging out massive email messages to everyone that's generic, go on your email list and first do a bit of an analysis. Go and see how many Europeans you have in your email list, how many Americans you have in your email list, how many Africans, how many Nigerians, how many people from Angola, how many people from Iceland, how many people from Malaysia, and you'll see that you have a very limited email list. Build that email list out, and here's the trick. Send personalized emails to them. Go to Ndeka and say, Ndeka, I saw you on Facebook. I love what you're doing with your life. I'm very pleased to meet you. My name's Lundy. This is what I'm doing. I'm really inspired by you, what you're doing there. Why don't we just get on a call and get to know each other a little bit better? That way people feel special. Go to Mambana. Go, hi, Mambana. My name is Lundy Jack. I saw you doing this on LinkedIn. It really inspires me. You're a fantastic leader. Let's get on a call. Let's get to know each other better. That's what I mean with talk to people personally. And then last but not least, travel. Travel locally, travel internationally, go and learn about the world. You will not have a passport to the world unless you are willing to explore the world. Now, I know there's some of you on this call who may not want to travel. I know we've had travel restrictions, but there's ways to do it. You can get into the mode of travel by starting to do it locally, starting to learn about the philosophy of travel, start to learn about the person you are when you travel, and then expand that more and more and more to the point where you actually can go to other countries. Now, I really want to be respectful of the time, so I'm not going to take too much more of your time, but I want you to take this opportunity to get your mobile phone out to do a screenshot. You're very welcome to take this passport to the world blueprint, snap a picture of it, and make it your own. I will highly advise that you go and sit after this fantastic conference and take a notepad and a pen and flesh this out like a brain map. Tell yourself, okay, there's the 4 things. You know, there's the 4 things that I potentially can do. I can look global, look at the yellow dots there. I can embrace global diversity. I can talk to people and travel and come up with one action plan for how you're going to do one of these things in the next couple of months. It's not where you go, it's who you know. That means if you want to be global, if you want to be an African that has a passport to the world and roar loud on behalf of all our other Africans, you have to connect with people. You cannot hide behind your computer. You have to connect with people. You have to form relationships with people. You have to go out there and learn from people. And that is ultimately what will make you global, because people will feel your heartbeat and they'll know you're sincere. Once you know who you want relationships with, make a decision, where is your crowd in the world? The beauty about global diversity is you do not have to service everyone. You can decide you want to give a service to America. You can decide you want to give a service to Asia. You can decide you want to give a service to the Arab states. It's up to you. The choice is completely yours. And then once you've made those decisions, you can decide what is the best way to go and reach them. Do I reach them via LinkedIn? Do I reach them at a certain time? Do I find out where they hang out? Do I go to events where they go to? And after that, Bob's your uncle. I want to say to all of you, first and foremost, I'm very, very proud to be part of this group today. It's fantastic for me that a conference like that is put together. I really do feel the world is focusing more on Africa than ever before. And I think we have more opportunities now than ever before to go and really show people what we're made of. You know, we have intelligence. Some of us have education, but education is so freely available on YouTube at the moment. All you need is confidence. And once you can believe that you can roar, the rest of the world will hear that roar as well. I wish you all the best. It was a lovely time for me to spend the time here with you today. Enjoy the rest of the conference. You have stunning people here. And Chris, Bruce, and team, I thank you so much for the opportunity to chat.
Thank you very much. applause.
Thank you, BICA.
Okay, so that's the pattern, ladies and gents. At the end of the talk, unmute yourself and make some noise. Let's hear appreciation for these people who've given their time and expertise. Thank you so much, Landy, for a very empowering talk there. I mean, really asking people, open your eyes, look wider, see the world out there. Maybe in Africa, we need to acknowledge our uniqueness, of course, but we're part of a so much bigger picture. And I think Landy has just kind of opened our eyes to the bigger picture. Don't limit yourself. No limits, which is just very cool.
No limits. Thank you, Chris. What a privilege to be with you all. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. Okay, ladies and gents, as we move on here from that very motivating, exciting talk, I'm going to hand over to, I'm not sure who it is, either Bruce or Charlotte, because we're going into a time now where we're going to have a panel looking at stage presence, looking at what it is that we need to do. What is the front of the room all about? And what do you need to have at the front of the room? So it looks like I've got Bruce there. Am I right, Bruce?
Yep. Cool. Charlotte is being handicapped by load shedding, so it is us.
Great.
And we will add Hermine. Could you turn your camera on, which you just did, and then you jumped away from me. Okay. Right, so we're going to be chatting in our group panel a little bit. And one of the things, I think there's 3 or 4 panels over the couple of days, and it's a chance just to us to kind of just share and unpack a little bit about what we're doing and how we are interacting. I just want to add Hermine onto us. There we go. Okay, I'm going to put her in the middle because she deserves to be in the middle between the 2 men. So welcome to this first one. We want to chat a little bit about stage presence. Now, there's a number of, we could talk for days. Okay, we could talk for days just about the earrings that we could wear. Chris, not you and me, but definitely Hermine, because there's so much that we can do to include in the stage presence. And I want to break it up into a number of short categories, and then we can go from there. So let's just speak quickly about virtual stage presence, and then we will get to physical stage presence. And I want to grow on what we've already heard by dividing your stage into 4, 8, 16, and 32 blocks and choreographing your actual presentation. And then I want to then finish off with a third part is, what is your personal preference and how do you improve your presence there with vocal variety and vocability. I don't know if that's a word, but it sounds awesome. And then also dress code. And clearly that last part I'm going to have nothing to do with at all. But let's just start off with virtual stage presence. Now, I just want to add a few things. Firstly, lighting. Lighting has got to do everything, and it's different for everyone because every one of us on this call has got a different skin tone and hair color. And I just want to highlight for me specifically, okay, and then maybe we can bring in the others. For me specifically, I really struggle. If I turn off my lights, you can see I change a lot. I've got a lot of backlight and I've got this problem. The problem with us silverbacks is that the light shines through silver hair and it turns at different colors. So those of us who have got silver hair or dyed hair or older hair, it's not as translucent. I mean, in some ways, I'm really jealous of you having no hair. It's you got there, but then you've got the shine off the shiny head that you've got to cater with there. So what I've done is stage present for lighting for virtual is very important. Again, 3-point lighting and all that. One thing that I've learned is I've put filters on my lights. So my one light on this side, I've got a yellow filter, and on this light, I've got a blue filter, and it makes me look more awesomer than I really am in real life, because that's what I look like in real life, and I add some color without having to do makeup and all that. And I've got all those lights down to a central switch box so I can turn them on and off as well. And another thing as well is backgrounds. Quickly, backgrounds. You cannot just blur your background to get away with it. Choreograph your background. It is important. I've got plants, I've got books, and I'm using here today, I'm using OBS as well, just to update that so I can turn these logos on and off, and I can bring in other logos, and I can change things around and stuff. So quite easy, I can manipulate my backstage with certain things and make it happen. Learn how to use the tech. It's not expensive, and you can get around to doing that. Okay, that's enough from me. Hermine, what is your experience on virtual backgrounds? Some hints and tips.
Okay, so this is still an area that I'm growing in, because I obviously, like a lot of the work that I do, because it's facilitation, has to be done in person. But definitely, I agree with you on the background. I do find sometimes if it is just blurred out, I think blurring it out certainly helps, especially if it's busy at the back. It can be very, very almost kind of distracting, and people are kind of like looking between you and the background. But even if you are going to blur it out, that it's important that you're blurring out a background that is still aesthetically pleasing. And I think the best way to get around that is plants and books, and a clear wall, or just wallpaper that has something on it. I completely agree with you on lighting. Lighting is everything. So I've got like two sets of lights as well, one to my left and one to my right. Very lucky that I don't have any hair, so so I don't really have to focus on that too much. But I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is always going to be the content, but the packaging which the content comes in is important, because, you know, we are human, and ultimately we are visual beings, and people are looking, and if people are distracted, it does take a little bit away from the talk. So just having that background, that even if there is, you know, birds flying in the background, that it is still not too busy, not too cluttered, and, you know, without people trying to see everything that you have in your home. So I would go, I tend to just go with something that is simple, and blurring it out it is a really, really great tool to use, but blur out a background that is still aesthetically pleasing, because behind the blur, we're still able to see what's happening. So yes.
Brilliant advice. Yeah. So let's just play around with slides and green screens and stuff. Now, Zoom has got a whole lot better than it was 4 or 5 years ago when we started working with it, where you literally had to wind it up with elastic band. It is now humming, and they are creating some brilliant stuff. There's characters, and you can do masking, and you can turn yourself into different animals if you wish. I do not advise that. I have a little kind of weird thing about talking to animated other people. This is not a furries collection, it's a professional speaking collection there. The use of green screens is an interesting thing, because we've got green screens. Now, Zoom has got this thing called virtual green screen, which I personally really have a issue with, and I know people use it all the time, but when you wave your hand up, it disappears into the blur of your stuff, and when you turn your head fades into this. That's great for family meetings, but this is a professional speaking conference where we train you. I really want to encourage you that if you are using a green screen, use a proper green screen. Now, what I've got is really simple. I really abide to the South African thing, a boer maak 'n plan, which is we get by with what we've got, okay? I have strung just above my camera line here, literally is a piece of string that goes from wall to wall. It's tied to the burglar bars on my window here and to the cupboard on that. And then I went and got a piece of green material from the shop. And I sewed a hem on the top and I threaded it on there. So I just I pull that green screen across at the back there, and I get the perfect green screen with the exact same lighting, with the exact same effect, without that blurring and me, when I lean back, disappearing into the green screen. It adds that level of professionalism and I've got one more light that I turn on for that, and it creates this beautiful backlit environment, and we can do that. So practice, learn, and get that. Chris, I want to come to you because you've got an interesting lifestyle. I was going to say you sleep around a lot, but that might be taken out of context. You move around a lot to different venues, and you've got your own place to stay, and then you stay with family, and you house sit a lot there. How are you coping with transporting your entire online presence from place to place? What do you pack in your car when you go, and how do we learn from that when we're traveling to be able to sit in a hotel room that we haven't got all the fancy stuff with?
Yeah, Bruce, I think that the very first thing one needs to say is we need to be aware. We need to use our eyes and our ears to look at stage presence or online presence. It alarms me that sometimes people don't do that. So when you create your picture, you are creating a frame. I mean, and to be aware of what's going on. If I look at my picture right now, I've realized that I've got a window open in my study here. And of course, the sun has moved around. We started a couple of hours ago. The sun's moved around, which has created quite a shining kind of blur in the bottom corner here. Now, what I want to do is close that curtain a little bit more so that it doesn't make that what could be a bit of a distraction down there. So the first thing I would say is we need to look and we need to be aware. I do move around a lot. Wherever I am, I will walk around wherever I am, and I will find or try to find the right corner where I can see the background looks quite interesting, or I could slot in there quite well. So all I can say really is that one needs to be aware. You need to look. You need to see where your head is in the frame. I mean, we tend to sometimes, the top of people's head is down here. Well, then all we're seeing is the background. Get your head in the frame in such a way that you are centered and we can see who you are. As far as taking things with you, I have a nice microphone. Here it is right here. I have a condenser mic because I believe that a good sound is really important. I think this mic, which is a nice condenser mic, cost me 769 Rand on a special at Incredible Connection. It's not a huge amount of money. I'd like to get a better mic, and I will at some stage. I have a little webcam attached to my laptop. The webcam, I think, cost me much the same price, because the camera in the laptop is either going to be a really good one or it's not. If it's not, attach a webcam, obviously via USB, so that you're getting better quality. I take one ring light with me, which I've got over here. I've got a ring light which is very easy to transport, and of course you can get ring lights that charge on a USB, so you can just charge them up. They don't even need cords to go with you. Natural light works really well. These small cameras adapt very well to natural light. So you can use natural light effectively. Again, wherever you are, I mean, go and take that call, Bruce. It might be an important client. Wherever you go, it's actually an alarm. Wherever you go, look at the light source. If it's behind you, it's going to be a problem because you're washed out. Light from the side, light from the front. Draw a curtain if the light's too bright, because these cameras also are hypersensitive to light. So they can be too much light too easily. Bit technical, Bruce, but what I'm trying to say is that the answer is very often simpler than we see. You're muted.
I also appreciate what Bruce said earlier when you were talking about your background, when you said a Boer Maka plan, and that ultimately, Chris, when you said you got your mic for 769, and I think that if anyone is starting up, or if you are busy growing and building your equipment and your speaking business, that it's really, really important that you don't sweat you don't sweat it too much. Use what you have, start with what you've got.
Absolutely.
And, when you see a special on an Incredible for 769, grab that. And I think over time, you get to build your equipment and the quality of your equipment, and it can grow along with your business. And I think it's important, for anyone who might be here, who might feel a bit overwhelmed by everything they do need to start with one thing. Start with the mic, and then with the ring light, and then with time really, really grow it, because I know people who have just stopped and not done anything out of fear of looking less than. But I think the most important thing is to show up, have powerful content, and start building that one piece at a time. And it's as simple as what you said, Chris. No matter where you are, you will look around and you will find the best lighting, and you will find it. So even if it is, in the corner of the bedroom, whatever it is, use what you have to the best of your ability, and everybody starts from somewhere.
Absolutely. Very good.
Brilliant. All right, let's spend 5 minutes. There's been a lot of talk already on stage present, in-person stage present, and I think looking at the agenda for the rest of the day, there's going to be a lot more of that. But let's just speak about dress code on stage, because I don't think anybody else is speaking about that. And often it's a sensitive thing, and I'm glad we've got Hermine, because she can handle the girl stuff. But just on behalf of speakers, I think it is as important with everything else. You do your slide deck, you do your speeches, you do your stories, which we're going to get to, and we're going to do all that sort of stuff. It's as important to stop and look at yourself in the mirror before you go on stage and fix anything that is not right. So let's unpack that. Hermine, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to talk about what is not right for a woman. And then Chris, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to talk about what is not right for a man to wear. And let's see where we go with this one. So I'm going to duck and weave this one, and we're going to see what items. Hermine, what have you got to tell us?
Thanks for throwing the ball at me first. I think instead of talking about what is not right for a woman, I would rather speak about maybe what is right, because I just feel like ultimately the most important thing is that people remain true to themselves and authentic to themselves. And with the theme for today being from whisper to raw Africa speaks, I have always kind of struggled with this, because we had one of our speakers at PSAN had dreadlocks. And they came and they said one of their clients came up to them and they said, you would get a lot more clients if you would get rid of the dreadlocks. But these dreadlocks were very, very authentic to this person. And I think there was a lot of back and forth. Ultimately, what I believe is that what people are hungry and thirsty for is authenticity. That and they really want the content. People want value, people want things that are going to impact their company, that are going to move them from A to B. But I think the most important thing is to be professional, and I think we all know what that looks like. Nothing too revealing and nothing too whatever over the top would be like. And I think the second thing is like when you said, Bruce, look around, or it was Chris, I think, when you said that earlier, when it came to your virtual presentation. I think it's the exact same with your physical presentation. Take a long, hard look at yourself and really evaluate. And I think, ask those around you and your mentors, like, if I show up like this, is this something that, you know, will come across as professional? And I know that this has just been quite a struggle. I do a lot of work in race and identity and inclusion, and a lot of Black women are like, you know, is an Afro acceptable now? And I think that, I mean, that is the natural state of your hair, and it's perfectly okay to show up like that. And the world has changed to the point where inclusion is so important. And I think that what leads all of this is respect, ultimately, professionalism, and showing up in a state that is just, where you can see for yourself that I do look good, and that this is a really great representation of who I am and what I have to offer.
Brilliant, thank you. Yeah, and with the seagull sitting on your left shoulder just adds that unique touch. I love it. Chris.
Yeah, you know, I'd just like to say that Hermine's got such a great brand going on there, Bruce. She looks fabulous. I like the picture behind her. I love this top that she's wearing. It's very simple. I love the big earrings. So I think very often it's kind of a statement about yourself, you know, as I can only just add to what Hermine said, because I think the same applies for men. Who are you? What do you want to wear? You know, there was a dreadful time when men had to wear a three-piece suit and a tie. Well, I don't want to do that at all. I happen to be wearing a jacket. It's a dark shirt, a dark jacket, because that's what I put on this morning. But I think the time has come where we can be a little bit more brave than that. Men do not have to dress in a very executive style. I just don't believe they do. Now, other people on this call might disagree. You're entitled to your opinion. I believe you need to find your look, and it needs to be part of your brand. I see a lot of Black speakers these days, you know, with like a very vibrant jacket, or the hairdo that African men seem to get away with more than us guys. But, you know, I find it so interesting. Here there are interesting things that people are wearing, and I see it more amongst Black speakers and Black celebrities, men I'm talking about. They just get a bit more outrageous with their style, and I love it personally. So I think it's a case of your brand, it's a case of what works. And I think, like Amin was saying, take a good look, be aware, and ask someone else. Say to someone, get some feedback, get people to advise you. How do I look? At the end of the day, it's really more about what you have to say, of course. If I think of someone like Clem Santa, who is one of the best speakers and one of the most intelligent men we have in Africa, he always looks absolutely dreadful. Just saying.
He's an academic.
He's an academic. He shuffles on in an old jersey, which I think his mother knitted for him, and he should actually have given away to someone. But he gets away with it because he's a brilliant speaker. That's just a thought. That's just a thought.
But that's also his look. And I think one of the other things as well, you know, and I'm just reading all the stuff here, is that find your look, find something that is good and plain and decent, but then add that one thing that's your pizzazz. And it could be a hat. I've been looking for a hat that I could wear for ages, and I still haven't found a Bruce hat. One day I'll walk into a shop and it'll leap off the shelf to say, this is your speaking hat. But until then, this is what I've got to do. And, you know, I've got the Batman logo, and I've got that, and I dress with that. That's my kind of thing. I've got Batman socks on, and that's my thing. And I think it's normal plain clothes, but find your one thing, whether it's a fancy hat or, you know, there's people who don't wear socks. Some people who wear bright green socks, or, you know, something in there. We've got Richard Mulvey, who's known for his waistcoats, and it's all about that one thing. So I think go for something that's kind of okay, and then add that one pizzazz thing that separates you from being that. And I think a while ago we were talking about niching, and they say, don't be better than everyone else, because you're never going to win that. Be different. And what you've got to do, if you are there 4 or 5 keynotes and you're the only one who's wearing bright luminous socks, who are they going to remember? They're not going to remember the better speaker. They're going to remember the different speaker. And I think that is interesting one. All right, let's go on to voice now. Hermine, I want to come to you first as well, because I think the Africa voices come in different. We've got so many different cultural languages as well, but then we've also got all the colonial influences that we were speaking about earlier as well there. And a lot of us speak with, I speak normally, everyone else speaks with an accent type sort of attitude. How do we take our Africa voices into the international market without losing our audience in that translation? What are some of your kind of experiences working with various groups? And then I want to come to Chris just to wrap up quickly on some of the stuff that he does in experience. So 1 minute each.
Okay, so in 1 minute, I think a lot of struggle for Namibian speakers, they've come up to me and they've been like, they struggle with their accent. And I've always told them, like, well, the one thing I'm recognizing right now is that most clients and most audiences no longer care about accents, because everybody understands we are diverse. Africa is deeply diverse. I mean, we have 11 languages in Namibia, and people come from the villages, and that's where they started from. That the most important thing is something that Landy touched on, is confidence. It's really be confident in your content, but also confident in yourself, and value your own lived experience. And if that is the accent that you carry it well and carry it strongly. I think the most important thing is that you're able to articulate your message properly. And everything else around that falls away if you can be clear in your message. And maybe that might just mean a lot less rambling and getting to the point and speaking slower so that people can hear you. But once people can hear you, they bypass accents and they bypass everything else. And I really think that that's been a lot of limitations for a lot of people that I've spoken to. But it's no longer about that. People are hungry for authenticity. It's the content that they're looking for, and just be clear, concise, and audible. As long as they can hear what you're saying, that's all that ultimately matters at the end of the day. 1 minute.
Love it. Thank you. Chris.
That's really great, Hermine. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Clarity at the end of the day. Everyone's got accents. People speak all over the world. We need to hear each other. We need to speak clearly. We need to take our time. We need to use this marvelous, miraculous thing called pause. That's when you stop speaking and just give people time to work with what they are hearing. I'm a voice coach, as you know, Bruce. I have an absolute thing about taking your voice and making it work for you. If you do that with your body, why would you not do it with your voice? We exercise, we lose weight, all this kind of thing to look good, and then we do nothing about our voices. Your voice it's a physical entity. It's part of the physical human body. We should treat it the same way. So if we're going to gym to do exercises and what have you, we should have exercises as speakers. It's critically important to use physical exercise to make your voice the physical instrument that it is meant to be. My thoughts.
Lovely. Thank you very much. So Ivor's saying is, I'm going to keep that for my speech after tea. So thank you very much. Thank you, Hermine, for your wisdom. Thank you, Chris. And we're going to have a number of other panels that we've got during the day, and we are going to be sharing some wisdom. So you're going to hear a little bit more about from myself and Hermine after the tea break. But until then, Chris, back to you, our MC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruce. That was fascinating. Really nice panel. Well, I enjoyed it. Thank you very much. We're going to have a quick tea break now before we get on to the next speaker, who will in fact be Bruce, who's the president of the PSASA, as we know. We'll come back after a short tea break. So I'm just getting a quick look at timing here. It is 11 o'clock on the dot, which is really excellent. And we're going to take a 10-minute tea break. So just quickly grab yourself a cup of coffee, cup of tea or whatever, and 10 minutes time, we will restart. So don't leave. Please don't, you can just take off your video, stop video, whatever, and go and do what you need to do. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, just going to grab a cup of coffee, and then we'll pick up and go on to the next part of the session. Thanks for being with us. Enjoy a tea break.
To how to tell a good story, how to unpack where we're at, and how to then create a great format. So I'm going to give you a little formula to follow, because as speakers, we are always selling. We're selling from the stage, and we are unpacking what we've got to do to transfer that to the other audience and the other people that are listening, whether we're doing it virtually or we're doing it on the stage. And I'm going to give you a little formula to follow. Now, this is not the hero's journey. It's not the story that you're going to hear from tradition. I wrote a book on that, and it's all there. And you're going to get a copy of that apparently later on. If you hang around until tomorrow, there's a whole bookshop that everyone's going to get. And it's not about that. It's a simple formula, and it's about as musical as I get. And it goes like this: what is, what, why, what if, what now, why no, why yes, how now. And that is the story formula. In fact, we use this very formula in the speech cards that I've created to how to create a keynote. And these are, I've just extracted some of the cards in that pack. And we just want to go through some of those. So if you are telling a story, if you are transferring information as part of a sales technique, or persuading, or making a point, or creating an impact, or emphasizing a certain point, you're always selling. We're selling ideas. Selling from the stage is not always, here's my book, come and buy it at the back, okay? But it could be. And we want to do that. So let's just go through this formula. What is, what, why, what if, what now, why no, why yes, how now. And as you get through that, I'll go through it slower so you can write it down, okay? So the first point there is what is. The first point, what is the current situation? This is very important. I want to emphasize quite a lot on the psychological side of this formula rather than the content, because if you understand the psyche behind it, you can add your own content, and then you can create that frame. So the psyche behind the what is, it's your emotional connection with your audience. It's that time where you connect. Now, it's really difficult if I stood up in front of everyone and say, I really want to talk to you about the astrophysics maths around a black hole found in the fourth quadrant of our solar system. Okay, because most people are going to go like, what? And their shutters come down and go, that's it. Also, you don't want to polarize your entire audience at this point. We want to polarize them later. This time you want it open. You want 100% connection. So what do we do in Africa? If we're speaking to people from Africa, well, we can come up with a Nelson Mandela quote. No, that's so overdone. Okay, why don't we talk about an elephant, or, oh, I know, what about a roaring lion? It's an African animal. So we talk about a roaring lion. So I would start off with this stuff. Imagine a lion. Imagine a lion under a thorn tree. Imagine a lion under a thorn tree on a hot Africa day at about 11:30 in the afternoon. You see what I've done there? I've now connected, because most of us, unless you've been hiding somewhere, have visualized or have seen, and either on YouTube or in life, an Africa lion under a thorn tree in the middle of a hot day. And we can then experientially connect with that. I've always said the best way to connect with everybody in Africa is to tell of a taxi story. Because no matter where you go on the continent, there are taxis, minibus taxis filled with people, arms and legs sticking out of the windows, chickens on the roof, suitcases back, you know, everything's packed. And these guys are driving on the pavements, round the potholes, going there, and everybody connects. So your what is statement is your emotional connection, because once you've connected with them, you can now take them on that journey that you are going to go. It's also the part that you want to connect with if you are selling a solution to a problem. So I would follow up with my initial connection with the current state of this in Africa is this. So you want to emphasize that problem that people are sharing. So you want to take people into the dark place in this opening statement. Once you've connected with them, you want to take them down on an emotional downer. So you can say, did you know that, 1 in 5 women in Africa will be attacked, abused, or raped in their lifetime? Okay. Did you know that we've got 18 million people unemployed and going to bed hungry every night in Southern Africa? Did you know that the level of corruption is this? Did you know that the rainfall across Africa is at its all-time low since recorded history? You see, and what you want to do, you want to connect with people and then bring them to a common problem where the emotionally is, I'm with you, I hear you, and I relate to what the speakers say. And it's very important. If you have lost people here, then your rest of your story and the rest of your ability to sell through that story has gone. So your opening statement, your first 5 minutes, is vitally important for that connection. Too many people come and start this personal story. When I was young and I was living in this big house and it was amazing, we had like 4 cats and 3 dogs, and I used to go to a private school, and the car used to come and fetch me and take me to school, and the au pair used to wait for me to make sure that I was safely in there. You are disconnecting from most of the people in Africa. Make sure that you are connecting. Find some common factor. In maths, they call it the lowest common denominator, is that part where you go and find that common denominator that connects people, and then describe that problem. And as you take them down to almost an emotional low, you want people to lean forward to say, oh, I identify with that. And then there is probably the most profound tool that you can have in speaking, and it is to stop speaking. The most powerful tool in a storyteller is to stop telling the story. And it's the profound, percolating power of a positioned pause. Okay, if you can pause after you've come with a plot point pause, Allow that information to percolate through the brains and the minds of your audience. Then you can go on to step 2. Step 2 is what wow. Now that you've taken your audience down into the lows of emotions, you want to then raise them up with a what wow. And I use this amazing entry lesson is imagine if, okay, or what if. And what you want to do now, you want to paint the utopian high road scenario of what we've done. If we're talking about unemployment, imagine if across Africa, we could have a surplus of job opportunities based on the unemployment figures. Imagine if Africa could be a place where people could come because they knew that there were more jobs than people. Imagine what the economy would look like. Okay, now that's not a feasible, plausible, achievable idea, especially not this decade. Okay, but what you're doing is you're planting a seed way beyond the imagination of people. And it's very important that in your dip from that emotion to raise people up to the top, to say, imagine if we were lived in a perfect world and everyone had food and everyone had cars in their driveway and everyone slept warm and everybody had water to drink and everybody had a chance to go to school and get an education and get a job afterwards. Imagine that. And you want to paint that beautiful scenario. And then your third point is your what if. What is, what wow, what if. And it's important now, as you raise the hopes up beyond expectation, to now just bring them down to a point of reality. And as we bring that, we kind of zoom in and our brain goes, oh, I can understand that. So you go, what if, instead of having a job for everyone, what if all youth coming out of school had an employment opportunity or an opportunity to start their own business? You see, now that's believable. That's something that I could, yeah, okay, I'd put my hand up for that. I could take that on board. We're not going to find jobs for everyone, but what happens if we just focus on school leavers? What happens if we took all the matrics and matriculated across Africa and gave them a job opportunity in 2023? Yeah, that's a believable fact. So now you're coming into that if statement. That's when your second deep connection, now you're cementing the connection with your audience with the what if. Because now people are leaning forward and they're going, yes, I want to be there. I believe I'm all right. Now, this is still a hype emotion, and I want to understand that this is still a hype emotion. And already you're processing these things forward, and you're ready, we're going to get to that, okay? So understand that this was then the first 10 minutes of your story. You've gone, what is, okay? Take them down. What wow, what if? The fourth point is what now? And this is change management. All right, as speakers, we are change management agents of note. We should be able to get doctorates in change management because that's what we do with the stage. When we hold a microphone in our hand, we become change managers more than politicians, more than policymakers. We are those people. And as we take people to this point and go like, what now? And now you want to lay out your 3-step manifesto. You want to put your points in there. This is where you show up your blueprint. This is where you show your model and go, here we've got these 3 steps. This is what we've got to do. We've got to go and get the education improved. We've got to give the opportunities to young people to either get jobs or start their own businesses. We need an education program for entrepreneurship, and we need to resource the economy to make it enabled for young people to start jobs. Okay. Then you've got a manifesto, a step, a stage, a blueprint, a methodology that we've put into place. And people are still believing you or not. Now let's just park that aside there. We've gone the what is, the what wow, what if, what now. Now it's interesting what the brain is doing. Your brain right now, whenever I suggest something new, and you can use this methodology on your kids at home, on your spouses at home, and your boss at work, and your employees, as well as your audiences now. Understand what's happening in the brains of your audience, because your brain's number one function is survival. And it knows how to survive in the current status quo. And if it knows how to survive in that status quo, no matter how bad or poor or ugly or great that status quo is, it's what your brain knows. Now, if your people that you're talking to are living in status quo over here, and you are suggesting that they go over to here, the brain is going to listen and get through that hype and going, yes, we can do this. And then it's going to say, stop. Status quo rules. And it's going to start putting all these objections in your brain as far as questions to say, I love where you're going, but, and you might have thought this, you might have heard voices, these words coming out of your own mouth. Oh, I love that, but, all right. Sure, that's such a good idea, but, all right. What about a lovely ski holiday? Oh, that's amazing, but. Why don't we paint the house? Oh, yes, but. Why don't we start gym? Yeah, and go get fit. Wow, that's an amazing idea. But, and your brain is the but of your body. Okay, and what your brain is doing, it's saying, don't go there, come back to status quo X, because that's what I know, and I can keep you alive and current in status quo, because that's what I know. So we're going to put all these objections. Now, as a speaker, you've got to understand where your audience is going, and you'll see your people will look down, they'll stand there, they'll push their chair back, and they'll stop listening. And what you've got to do is you've got to get off the stage, not physically, but emotionally, get off the stage and go and wallow in that place of negativity with your audience. So I use little things like, you're probably thinking right now that you can't afford this. You're probably thinking that what I'm proposing is going to take so much time out of your precious day that you're going. In fact, you're probably thinking you don't have the resources to do this. You're probably thinking that it's such a good idea, but how on earth could we impact Africa this way? You probably think, and understand, wallow in that negativity with your audience. Because what you're doing is, if you agree with the negativity, the barriers to entry in change management, if you agree with those, you are disarming them, and you're disempowering those negative thoughts. So if you're sitting with your children, okay, this is great. Like, children, I think we should do this, and this is what we're doing. Yeah, dad, yeah, mom, we can do this. And then you let that percolate and the brain kicks in. Then you go sit next to them and put your arm around them and go, you're probably thinking that this is going to be really tough, isn't it? You probably think that this is going to be a hard thing to afford. You probably think it's going to be really hard and it's going to take up so much time, and then they're going to go, yes. And if they agree with your agreement of their negativity, then you're at a stage where you can go into that next thing. So we've gone the why no, and now you leverage your audience into the next thing, which is the why yes. And your why yes are the positive sides to all the negative sides. So you're going there, what now, why no, why yes. And now you've got to come up with options that are going to diffuse the negative things. So you're probably thinking it's going to be really expensive. Well, let me tell you about my payment plan. Okay. You probably think we don't have the resources. Well, let me tell you about the team that I'm going to bring to the party. All right. And now you've got a point where the audience is agreeing with you, and now you close off with your final statement of how now. And that's the last part. How now? What is the steps to take now? Now, in change management and in storytelling, we want to encourage people to take their first initial step. That has to be a big step. Your initial step has to be a leap of courage and confidence with it. So you say, come on now, let's do this together, or hold up your business cards. They're ready. Sign up at the sheet at the back, or even better, stand up on your feet if you want to take advantage of where we're at. Okay, so to go through it again there quickly. What is? Connect to people, drag them down into the levels of the scenario, let them connect with you emotionally, show them the problem we're trying to solve. What wow, taking them to the new heights of where we're at. What if? A reality check in the middle. What now? What do we need to do to take ourselves there? What is your blueprint with that? Negativity sets in. Why no? Agree with the negativity. Why yes? Find a way out of the negativity. How now? Your plan of action, your call to action, your initial big step. What is, what wow, what if, what now, why no, why yes, how now? The framework for a story on stage to sell and convince and leverage your audience from one point to another without any objections, and emotionally following them where they're going, but leading them to the place where you want them to be at the same time. Chris.
Thank you very much indeed, Bruce.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Bruce.
Something recording in progress. Okay. Very interesting angle that Bruce has taken there. It's kind of looking at building your content. Every talk is content and delivery, and Bruce is helping us look at how to develop our content in a different way, a kind of a new look to define and find flow from the beginning through to the end of your talk. Fascinating. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you for sharing that with us. Okay, ladies and gents, we move on to our next speaker, and I'm delighted to introduce a lady who, in fact, you've already seen on the screen, but you will see her now in action, and that, of course, is Hermine Ilago. And Hermine is a passionate, authentic, and engaging speaker who has shown herself to be a woman of drive and dedication. She's currently studying psychology in her pursuit to specialize in narrative therapy. And she is, of course, the president of the Professional Speakers Association of Namibia. For 8 years, Hermine has used the power of story to overcome limiting beliefs in an honest, raw, and humorous manner, and she's inspired other people to do the same. Her passion for speaking and seeing organizations and individuals achieve great things came together. And she's on a mission to help them realize how much they, we, you are capable of. Thanks a lot, Hermine. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Chris and Bruce. Bruce, that was really just such a valuable talk. I'm so glad that I stayed for that, and I'm super, super excited. I just want to share my screen quickly. Fantastic. Okay, awesome. So when I first entered into the chat and the conversation around the Pan-African Speakers Conference with Charlotte and the rest of the team, I was just super, super excited. One of the reasons why I'm studying narrative healing and narrative therapy is basically it's healing through storytelling. It's a modality of psychology because there's about 200 different types, 200 different modalities of psychology. And the second I heard that you could use story to heal as therapy, I jumped on that immediately because I truly believe that storytelling is a superpower. So I'm going to, can you see my presentation? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So I've just based my presentation today off of a quote that I heard years ago, and it has never left me. And it says, until the lion learns to write, every story will glorify the hunter. There's actually a second version to that same quote, and it reads, until the lions have their own storytellers, hunters will be the hero in the story. And that African proverb basically says that in order to tell stories ethically, we have to hear all sides of the stories, because they would speak about how hunters would come back from a hunt and they would speak about their great exploits and everything that they did and how they killed the lion. But some people started saying, but what if that lion was sick? What if the lion was already injured? You know, what if the lion put up a great fight? But for as long as the lion cannot tell its own story, it won't be able to, we'll always just know one side of the story. And I think that is the narrative around Africa for the longest time was very much focused on, you know, the fact that Africa is in despair and the hopelessness. And I'm so glad that it's changing right now. When I started delving into African stories being told by Africans, if you think of Chinua Achebe, who's my favorite storyteller, absolutely, a couple of the things that I started to understand is, the first thing is it's the importance of telling your own story. And it is, you know, the content that we speak of, you know, understanding where you come from and not being afraid to speak of your own lived experience. One of the areas that I work in is in race and identity and inclusion and representation. And race work for the longest time either focused on telling either the white story or the black story. And what we started understanding is, as long as we do not listen to both sides of the story, we will never know that ultimately we're just speaking about pain, that both sides are experiencing deep pain. And if we silence the one and invalidate the one story, we're not telling an ethical story. And the second we started changing our race work to listening to each and every single person in the room, you understand, firstly, that most people are just in pain. Secondly, that all stories are valid. And thirdly, you can't help anyone transform or move from one place to the next without hearing where it is that they are now, even if the place that they are now may be triggering to you or may be hurtful to you. But to be able to hold space for that story, understanding that all lived experiences are valid and that they matter. The one without a voice does not have the means to tell their story. When Chris and Bruce and I were chatting earlier, and Bruce was asking about, like, you know, what about the way that you speak and how you speak? And I mentioned that it's really the most important thing. It's the message that you carry, and it's the quality of your content, not so much the packaging. Yes, the packaging does count, and you know it adds to it, but you have to find your voice and the confidence to back it up and to tell your story authentically, and understanding that no two stories are the same, but that is where our power lies. It's absolutely in diversity. And then representation, that it is so important that when we listen to African stories and when we listen to the Namibian story and the South African story, that we listen to all the different groups. I think Landi touched on it earlier, where she was speaking about, you know, speak with and be around people who aren't the same as you, who don't look like you, who don't talk like you. And that is where representation really comes. Like, it's important that all groups are represented and that we hear the stories of everybody. And then finally, truth telling and the importance of telling the truth, ethical storytelling. I know that today we're really talking about, the Africa that we're celebrating and the Africa that we're excited about, and, the richness of Africa's soil and all the stories that we have and our culture and our Ubuntu. It doesn't take away from the fact that there is a lot of development that needs to take place. It doesn't take away from the fact that there is corruption. It doesn't take away from the fact that our leaders do need to be held accountable. And we also need to hold ourselves accountable and hold ourselves to a higher bar and to a greater bar. But that when we tell these stories, we're speaking about the Africa that we want to see, fully understanding that there's a reason why we got here in the first place, but that we can get to a better place. And there's the Africa that no one speaks about. And that's the Africa we're really speaking about today, which is all of us in this room, none of us looking the same, none of us sounding the same, none of us dressing the same. And this is Africa's greatest power, that diversity, that richness, and that culture. So the story that of Africa Roars, and the story of Africa that I am so excited about hearing is, it's from despair to resilience. We have been through so much as a continent, and we have faced so much as a continent, and really moving from that place of telling the story of despair to resilience, because we've overcome every single thing that we have faced. And I don't know if there is a continent that is more resilient than Africa is. We face all sorts of things, and we're always rise stronger. From hopeless to rising. I put The Economist in brackets there because The Economist magazine, over a decade ago, the front cover of their magazine was a picture of Africa, and it was such a hopeless picture that they had there. It was one of poverty and corruption and lack. And I think it was a year or two ago, they released a new cover, and it was one of a boy running with a kite over the African sands, and it was just a story of rising. So I think the more we change the narrative around Africa, the world is reflecting that back to us, and it's speaking that back to us. And I mean, the exact same magazine, a decade, over time, and they're also starting to speak of an Africa that is rising, but it's because we're starting to speak of an Africa that is rising. And I also think that it's so important that we focus on the stories that are truly important. It's, the rebranding of Africa and Africans who are banding together. It's the stories of Ubuntu. It's the stories of, I'm going to tell you a story soon. I was in Cape Town at the BICA, and I met this amazing woman called Mia, and I was like, this is the Africa that I totally know. And it's about diversifying the larger narrative, especially when it comes to pop culture. What stories are we telling about Africa? The novels that we're writing, we've got so many amazing African authors and writers. The movies, I was looking at Netflix the other day, and now I think they also have a movie from Kenya that is on Netflix. So South Africa has been up there. Namibia, we produced a movie called Bahu, it was about a rhino, and that's been on Netflix. And this is what the world is starting to see, like that we do produce quality stories and quality content, and our magazines. So it's really diversifying the larger narrative in popular culture, in pop culture. What are we saying? And I know a lot of the times when I go over to Twitter or to Facebook, it's always a very grim story. But if you listen properly enough, there are so many stories of the Africa that is rising. And I think that is the roar that we are so desperate to hear. This is a quote by Chinua Achebe, one of my favorite authors, African authors. I just want to quickly move this a bit. It is only the story that continues beyond the war and the warrior. It is the story that outlives the sound of the war drums and the exploits of the fighters. It is the story that saves our progeny from blundering like blind beggars into the spikes of the cactus fence. The story is our escort. Without it, we are blind. And what she was really saying in that quote is, once the war is done, And once the warriors have come back, once the war drums have been beat and we've moved past all of that, all we have left is our stories. That is all that remains. And she is a potent storyteller who really takes the story of Africa to the world, to the global north and to Europe. And the story is our escort. Without it, we are absolutely blind. And I love that. I totally love that quote. Excuse me, just a sec. Just getting back onto my screen. Okay, so I put a couple of pictures up, and the first picture there is right where I am, actually a couple of kilometers down the road, and that is a picture of the Namib Desert, which is the oldest desert in the world, and it's here in Namibia, and this is the only place in the world where the desert meets the sea. Right next to it is Vic Falls, and at the bottom is Marrakesh. And then I put a picture of myself. I was in the Boer Cup in May in Cape Town. And the Boer Cup has been known for years and years and years because they've got these colorful houses. If you've been to Cape Town, I'm sure you've been to the Boer Cup, but they've got these colorful houses, and a lot of tourists go there to take pictures with, with the houses, basically, and even with the people who live there. But I mean, as beautiful as these homes are, actual people live there. And I was walking past one of the houses and I see this lady, and her name is Mia. So I asked Mia, what does it feel like having people constantly, up and down in front of your house and taking pictures and asking to take pictures with you? And she said, I absolutely love it because I love people. And then she opened her gate and she told me to run up, and I sat on her wall and we took a picture together. And I was telling everybody else in our group that, this is how I know Africa. We're so open, and we're so well known for our Ubuntu, and we will share what we have with each other. And so I added that picture of Mia because as much as we have all of this beauty around us and the Vic Falls and the Namib Desert and everything, we also have amazing, amazing people who carry the most amazing stories. Mia has lived in the Boer Cup for 40 years, and for 40 years, she just stands on her porch there and has conversations with tourists as they come by. So ethical storytelling is really about creating more authentic stories and better stories. And much like the lion learns to write, it's important that we hear the stories from all sides, but that all parties are represented when we do tell stories, because a lot of the times only the people who are in the room get to direct the narrative. And I think that we need more diverse people inside of every single room. And ethical storytelling is about representing lived experiences more accurately. And that really means listening to the world around us, having conversations with those around us, and really opening our hearts to even the stories and the people who look nothing and sound nothing like ourselves. It's encouraging mutual respect. I know that in the inclusion space, which is really one of the hardest spaces to work in, it is so important to be able to hold space for a story that might be deeply triggering to your own. When I think in January, we were doing a race and identity workshop in Cape Town, and one of the individuals who was in the room spoke of how he was supposed to come down to Namibia to do horrendous things. This is back in the day of the war. And as he told that story, there was somebody else in the room, a Black Namibian, whose own father had to go through that war era, and to be able to hold space for both of those stories, understanding that they're both valid and that they're both rooted in pain, is a very powerful thing to do. It's about preserving the dignity of those whose story is being told, and it's about co-creation. It's about sharing our stories and speaking of an Africa that is inclusive and that is diverse. I took this from How to Write About Africa in 8 Steps. It's really this research on ethical storytelling, that we don't lean too much to either side, but that we validate all stories that are being told. And so it brings us back to my original quote: until the lions have their own storytellers, hunters will always be the hero in their own story. Just want to stop share there. And I got so excited about this Pan-African Speakers Conference, that it's going to be African speakers in one space and in one room together, because inclusion is such an important thing. And it is so important that Africa is spoken about from the African perspective for a little while, and that we're not told about who we are, and that we don't get to read about those stories from outside. And it's really about, I see Dikeledi wrote here, rebranding and reimagining Africa. And I truly believe that we are changed by the stories that we hear, but that we change the world by the stories that we tell. So it's important that we hear the stories, but we write a new future by telling these stories. And that is how Africa will roar, is when enough of us use our voices and we learn to write, just like the lion in that story. So, oh, sorry, Elang, my biggest apologies. Tina Kebezaman, I'm thinking of, we should all be feminists, the other author. Chimamanda, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I got the two confused. Thank you so much, Elang. So I just thought I'd keep it short and sweet, and that we truly learn to write our own stories and to speak our own stories. And the only way that we can do that is to live Africa, to live that diverse Africa, allow different people into the room, you know, experience different cultures, not be afraid of different cultures. And I went to, to Limpopo in South Africa recently in May, and it was so beautiful that one of the gentlemen said that the only way that we're still able to uphold and have everything that we have here is because of our stories that have been passed down. That's all they've got left, is the stories that have been passed down from generation to generation. He was like, we don't even have books. They've got no books remaining, and all they have is the stories. And they get excited when visitors come because they get to share those stories. And by sharing those stories, they get to relive those stories. And yeah, we've got to live it, be diverse, experience different parts of it. And really, I think that return to Ubuntu, I am because you are, is deeply, deeply, deeply important. So Africa roars. Thank you, Chris.
Woo! Woo, 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 woo!
Yeah, that was lovely. That was awesome, I mean.
Woo, woo!
Yeah, it was fantastic. Thank you. I mean, you talk about, someone said in the chat box, I could listen to you all day. And I agree. I think I could listen to you all day.
Thank you so much.
You talk about rebranding and reimagining Africa. And I think what you've done right now is you've kind of opened a window for us to see how necessary that is and how possible it is. We all get so caught in our kind of narrow view. We get into our little boxes and we stay there. And you've kind of broken the box open this morning. And by doing that, have opened our hearts and our minds to what is truly possible in the way we see Africa, the way we express Africa, the way we share Africa, and what we have as Africans.
Yes.
Wonderful, thanks.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Okay, well, that was very, very inspiring. We thank you very much to Hermine. all the way from Namibia there. And we are now going to have a short breakout just to just chat amongst ourselves. I think that Bruce or Charlotte will be putting us into breakout rooms. Before that, on my instruction here as the MC, I've got a thing called a fun lion fact. And I've been rather struggling to find a fun lion fact, but one that does appeal to me is something that I read, which is that when a lion roars, you can hear that sound 8 kilometers away. Well, that's an extraordinary thing. You can hear the sound of a lion roar 8 kilometers away. So I want to say to you this morning, how far away can we hear your voice and your roar? And that's both about the way you project who you are, put yourself across, and it's also about the way that you use your voice, because your voice is there to project to a room full of people to share your story and your point. So take courage from the fact that the lion can be heard 8 kilometers away, and make sure you can be heard at the back of the room. Okay, Yalan, do you have a question there? I see your hand up.
Thank you very much, Chris. I don't have a question, but what I do have is a disclaimer. So for those of you who are not in South Africa, you may not know of this wonderful thing that we've got called load shedding. And we make it seem so effortless, the way we appear and disappear. But what that is that power cuts intermittently. And my cut is about to happen in 3 minutes. I do know that I'm scheduled to be on a bit later. So what I'll be doing if I'm not present is I will be managing my load shedding challenges, but I will be back with you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yolanda, for pointing that out. Yeah, I know Charlotte has had some real challenges with load shedding this morning, and I guess we all know what that's about. So yes, thank you for letting us know. If somebody drops out, then we realize what has probably happened. Charlotte, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, as professional speakers, we need to have backups. I have 3 backups for my power situation, and all have failed me today. But as professionals, we also learn how to go with the flow, and also how to create networks of people who can support us. So things changed in the background, and that was okay because Chris and Bruce could step in beautifully so that it doesn't interrupt what our clients need to experience. So that is what we need to learn. So Yalang, we really do understand. No problem. We'll catch you later. I'm just interrupting the kind of scheduled program. We're going to create the breakout rooms in the moment. I cannot put my camera on because I'm going to have to reboot my entire system for that to work. So Chris, when we go to lunch, please stay on online, and please stay as host so that I can go off and we don't lose anybody in the process. But as soon as you're ready, Chris, I'm ready to do the breakout rooms, and it's just networking. We just want to share about who we are, what we're learning today, what we're wanting from this program.
Wonderful. Okay, so Charlotte, if you can do that as soon as you're ready, and then at the end of it, we'll come back and maybe some people can share what came out of the groups, and then we will in fact take a break for lunch from 12:30 to 1, and then we'll kick off again at 1 o'clock. There'll be a new MC in my place, and we'll run for the rest of the afternoon. Anytime you're ready, Charlotte, we'll go into those rooms.
Thanks. I'm going to open the rooms. I'm not sure if you can go to them yourself, but let's just see what happens.
Okay.
Seems to be a manual process, but we'll see. Just give us a minute. We'll be in the room soon.
Hello,
Hi, who's this?
it's V. I went to breakout room 2 and I went back, I think, to the main. I don't know what
I'm
happened.
sorry. All right, let me send you. Yeah, there are 2 other people assigned to that room, but they haven't gone in.
So should I wait or press it again?
Press it again and see. And if somebody else comes on, I'll send them into that room with you.
Okay, thanks,
All
Charlotte.
right, thanks. For those of you still in the room, please join your rooms. Otherwise, people are going to be left on their own. And that's going to be a little awkward.
Sorry, I was alone in my room for a minute. I came back.
Okay.
Do you know where you put Limuyetu? I'm with them.
You were with Hermin and someone, but they've not gone there. Can you go back to the room? Yabajin is there waiting for you.
How do I go back? Sorry, let me. Oh, I see. Okay.
Got it. All right. Thanks. Jacques, Hermin, Roland, are you going to join your rooms? There we go. David, is there a problem? David, you're muted.
You put me in room 1 with Jabu, and then you move me to room 5, but there's nothing happening in room 5.
All right, Chimisang is sitting in room 5, but I'll move you to room 1.
He's not speaking. I've been trying him, and
all right, I've moved you. I've moved you. Go along.
Thanks a lot.
Sure. Jacques, are you able to join a room? Hi, Dick Lady.
Charlotte, thank you for being here. I got cut off from the room. I was in room 5. Load shedding happened.
Oh, shame. There was nobody else in room 5. I'm going to put you into room 4. Is that okay?
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Let me see how to do this. Because sometimes it's a bit challenging when people come back in.
Oh, sorry, man.
No, it's okay. And thank you. I saw you posted something, I think, to LinkedIn. Beautiful.
Yes, I've been posting. I think that's like my 3rd or 4th post on LinkedIn.
Awesome. Thank you. As soon as my load shedding sorts itself out, then I'll be able to work out what on earth is going on. All right, I'm going to assign you now.
No worries. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Sure.
Hi, Yelang.
Hello, it's me. I'm actually joining from my cell phone.
No problem. Do you want to go into a breakout room?
The reason I won't is because I've got to spend this time, so you can put me in, but I won't speak because I've got to spend this time. I'm having my lunch now, and then I'm going to leave, drive out and go get into one of the office spaces up the road.
Oh, shame. All right. No problem. You can just hang out here. I'm going to close the rooms in about 4 or 5 minutes anyway. And then we'll all be back in the main session just to share some feedback.
I think let all of you do all of this, and it'll buy me time to only come back at about, so the next time you see me on will be when I'm fully situated and I've got a plan for everything.
Perfect. That's perfect, Yelang. Thank you so much.
All right. See you shortly. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye. Hi, Chibi-san. I'm not going to put you into a room now because the people are going to come back from the room in a short while, and then we're going to have some feedback. So I'll just leave you here in the main session. Chimisang, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I can see you're unmuted, but I'm not hearing anything. We're going to bring everybody back from the meeting in just a moment. So we're just going to leave you here in this in the main session.
Is being recorded.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the breakout rooms. Let me just quickly do a time check for myself here, please. 12:16, okay. So we have a few minutes. Any comments that you'd like to make for coming out of the breakout room, or just comments that you have anyway? Anyone like to share something?
I've got a comment.
Yes, of course, Siegfried.
I'm glad you put me with two people that have been in Namibia. I feel very much at home now.
Yeah. Any comments coming out of the breakout rooms, ladies and gents? Anything you would like to share?
DK Lady here. Unfortunately, I wasn't long in the breakout room thanks to load shedding, the story of our lives.
Yeah.
But yeah, no load shedding formed against us shall prosper. Hey, we are here. What I would like to say is overall, the session, I find it to be very insightful, very informative. I've really enjoyed every single speaker that has come on board. Teaching us so many lessons that I'm taking, so much to tweak and twist and make sure that you deliver your best, looking your best in the best way that you can. And I think the most common and prominent message that I am getting that is so consistent here is that to be your authentic self, always be yourself. You are the brand. And to be yourself and to be able to present yourself, it means that you've got to believe in yourself and trust yourself, and know that it's okay to be who you are, the way that you are. It's okay. Don't look to compete. Don't look to be better than the other or more than the other, or don't even think that you are less. I think it was Langi that mentioned that international or being outside overseas does not mean better, bigger, or smarter. That as we are equally smart. We are equally great. And also to wrap it up, I just want to say it sort of links so very well to the theme of this session that we are in. Embracing Africa, embracing who we are, and taking who we are out to the world, and actually leading the way in showing who we are and how we do things. And it so resonates with me because this is the work that I've been doing in the past 2 years that I am so passionate about being proud of being a South African, proud of being a village girl, proud of being an African in general, and proud of being who I am. I think, yeah, way to go. Reimagine ourselves, reimagine our existence, reimagine Africa, and take it to the world.
Wow, Dicky Lady, that sounds pretty fantastic. Very inspiring comment there. Yes, I agree. That's what it's all about. I think the important thing for us as speakers is to say what is it that we have that we want to share with the world? What is it that we have that is going to make some difference in the world? Because essentially that's our job. It's to help people get a vision for a better life, to help people get a vision for developing themselves as human beings and being the best of who they are. And I think that, you know, there's a lot of struggle in Africa. There's a lot of hardship in Africa. And there are a lot of people who overcome that struggle and that hardship. And that's a story that the world needs to hear.
Very true. And that you're right. There's a lot of struggle and hardship, but that is not the only story. There is also a lot of us coming out of it, thriving out of it. That's the other story of it that we have to be proud in telling, to Hermine's point, you know, that because the lion has not yet been able to tell their story, no one gets to hear that. It also reminds me of the power of a single story. You know, we know of the hardships in Africa. We know of corruption in Africa. We know of the struggles in Africa, but no one gets out there and get to tell of how fluent we can be. Look at how eloquent we are in this session as it is right now, how creative we can be, and imaginary also, because COVID has given us, I always say, Kevin, COVID has given us the right and the platform to reimagine ourselves, reimagine our existence, and that's just that.
Yeah, cool, very nice. Thank you, Dikoledi. David, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, so let me just lower my hand. Okay. So, I mean, I agree. You know, if you look behind me, you can see renewable energy on my roof. We haven't had load shedding since 2008. So my voice just went. And probably shouldn't be telling you some secrets. And, you know, one of the things that gets to me is that people say, but David, you spend so much on your electricity system. And I did. But then again, you know, we drove old cars, which we owned for 20 years. Then we sold them during lockdown when we didn't need them anymore. You know, one neighbor's got an Audi A7. Another neighbor's got a Jeep. Another person's got a Land Rover. They all have load shedding. They all have stress. When there's a mosquito at 3 o'clock in the morning, they've got to go find a candle. I just turn on the light. My cost of living is half of their cost of living, even though I have my own electricity system and my own water backup system. And that's the point I want to get to now. That one of the reasons why we have such low load shedding in this country and why we didn't run out of water in the 2008 drought is because of the immense amount of private people that are doing their own systems in South Africa. And people say, for example, that the Eastern Cape is poor. Okay, but for me, a poor person is someone who doesn't pay tax. It's not a person that's dependent on the system. So, for example, my maid has got a house in Transkei. You know, I live in a house in Monaghan. I don't have a holiday house. You know, she lives in a flat in Guguletu, and she's got a holiday house in the Transkei, which is off-grid, got her own electricity, own water. And I say, why don't you live there? And she says, but the work is here. And I say, but you can actually live there and have a better quality of life there. But, you know, getting people to understand what's possible is really, really complicated. And, you know, like I said, in the 10 years before 2018, the government spent 10 billion rand in the Western Cape on water infrastructure. As far as I can determine from my own research, in the 2 years of the drought, private people spent 10 billion rand on water infrastructure. Hence, we didn't run out of water because of 10 billion rand of private infrastructure that was built. And that private infrastructure, although people will complain about the guy in Bishop's Court that puts a 1 million rand system in, that 1 million rand system saved 10,000 people's lives. Because if we ran out of water, you've got a war zone. Okay? If you ran out of electricity, you've also got a war zone because the water's pumped from a lake or a dam 100 kilometers away. And that's what my book says. My book starts off with, we have load shedding and we don't have electricity, which means we don't have water, we don't have petrol, we don't have the credit card machines, we don't have banking, we don't have anything. All of everything breaks. Our cell phone cannot be recharged. The cell phone network doesn't work. the generators ran out of petrol very quickly. So, you know, we descend into chaos incredibly quickly, you know. And so the first 2 chapters of the book are very much about that descent into chaos. And then the rest of the book is how do we save ourselves? And that, of course, is when the hero, David, is called and comes onto the scene. And then the other heroes, people I know from all over the world, okay, who I've been writing to and saying, are you happy for me to use your real name in the book? And they're all very happy and said, wow, David, we want to be in your book. And so this book will become like a marketing manual for so many possibilities. But sorry, I just wanted to say that there's a lot of embedded.
I'm going to stop you there. Otherwise, we're going to have your whole book from cover to cover. So anyone wants to look at your book, they can look at your book. But thanks. Any other comments, ladies and gents, on the conference? Any highlights you can take away? Anything you feel you'd like to make a comment on? We're going to close in a few minutes, and we're going to have a half-hour break for lunch. So please hang around and join us for the afternoon session, which is a fairly short session. It starts at 1 and finishes again, I think, at about 2:30 or 2:45, somewhere around there. So the afternoon session is somewhat shorter than the morning one. Any other quick comments? Give me a takeaway. Yes, Njideka, let's have a takeaway from you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you've been having fun so long. Thank you, Chris. I've been enjoying your voice and your coordination. It's been enjoyable. And I'm really grateful for all the speakers, starting from Billy, who had to wake up too early. And then I totally enjoyed Landy. She actually spoke to me, opening my eyes to the different things one can do as a mother who at this point, in fact, after listening to her, I thought to myself, I'm in Stellenbosch first week of July for my child's sports. But now I'm thinking, I don't have to just stay in the field watching only her. I can watch her, and in her break, I can just go somewhere and find out what's happening in Stellenbosch. What are the things there? So I'm feeling like a traveler now, and I'm feeling like I'm going to stories from Stellenbosch. And please permit me, if I call the next person who stuck out well for me, that's Hermine. Don't say I'm talking only women now. Remember, I started with Billy. Okay, so Hermine, I think you came here for me because as somebody that moved from Nigeria to live in South Africa, 2006, there has been a lot of eye-openers for me. And the highest thing is that I've come to know myself more. I've come to just embrace myself. And now to tell the story, I love what you said about that we should not lean too much on either side. You know, it's just a story of pain. We have to see how we help each other and hold space for each other. It's not about fighting. It's about telling our story authentically to open the eyes of people. You mentioned about white story, black story. I dare to say there is also the foreigner story. The foreigner story, the foreigner, someone like me who loved Woolies, hey, my mother, you know, and all the Miriam Makeba, Hugh Masakela, Lucky Dube, to come here to meet my family, only to be told, but you're a foreigner, you know? So, but in all of that, I saw myself also being exactly what I didn't want people to be to me. But luckily, in all the process, I've realized that it helped me to be more self-aware, to know what shouldn't be, what I shouldn't be, what I can help people not to be, and from what you said today, how to tell the story so that I can hold space for everyone. Thank you. I enjoyed Bruce's storytelling techniques. You know, I've been running up and down during this conference. I had to go drop one child somewhere and come back, then another child somewhere and come back. So I drove during Bruce's storytelling techniques, but I just enjoyed how he encouraged us to get the people to feel something, even if it's a negative emotion. Yes, let them feel that negative emotion, help them to see that we're not just going to motivate and hype them to say, yes, we can be one again, but we must come down to the reality. What is obtainable? What can we have? I really just enjoyed how he took us all like that. I also went with the emotions with him. So this is such a brilliant thing. We should pop wine, hey? It's the first Pan-African Speakers Summit. It's the beginning of great things to happen. So I'm grateful. Thank you, everyone.
That's great, Angelica. Thank you for your sharing. So there's a whole talk you need to put together there, telling your own story and your own situation. That's really great. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a break for half an hour, and we're back at 1 o'clock for a couple of hours of some very interesting. We've got Dr. Wilbert Mutoko talking about how to develop emotional intelligence. We then have Yelang on Africa on the cusp of an economic miracle. That sounds very interesting. And then we also have Popieni on hide and seek. So have a break, have some lunch, and let's see you at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Woo, 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 woo. Africa Road.
Hi, Michael.
Hello, Charlotte. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
So hang on just a second. I just quickly want to. Okay, there we go. Yes. Yeah. How's the day going so far?
Very, very nicely. We've had some challenges with load shedding, but other people have stepped in and done stuff, so we're okay. But it's actually the sessions have been really good. It's been very powerful.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's very good news. That is very, very, very encouraging. Hopefully we'll be able to try and keep and maintain that same energy.
Yeah, thank you. So you've got a breakout session on your side. Do you have the questions to share with people?
Yes. So hang on a second. Let me just swipe across here. So let me just go into that folder because I worked it into my presentation. I'll just quickly show you what I have. So for the breakout session, there are the questions. So if I understand it correctly, I'm just supposed to facilitate the breakout session, ask people, who are you, get them to chat a bit, where are you from, and so on and so forth for 25 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me just check. Just want to check which set of questions we're asking.
Yes, I have who are you, where are you from, what do you speak on, and what do you want to learn next in your speaking journey?
Yes, Michael, I'm sorry, I'm being very difficult. I think we handled those questions in the first session instead.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, my fault. Just some challenges, and I obviously got those mixed up.
Okay, no, I can quickly change them.
Good. Let's just find the other set of questions.
Let me quickly, second, yeah.
If you look at the other one that says, how do you demonstrate confidence on the stage or screen? That should actually have been this morning, but I think I just got them mixed up in my brain.
Okay, let me just quickly find it. Okay, how do you demonstrate confidence on the stage or on the screen? And what challenges do you have and what do you want to learn next? Quickly add those. I'll just quickly make a change. Yeah, how do you demonstrate confidence on the stage? Okay. Just uploading this.
You can put it up to 5. Okay, Michael,
yes.
Yalang is just traveling to a different place to make sure that she's got better internet connection. So if you got her slides ready just to share, I don't know if she's chatted to you about them or not.
Yes, okay, yes, hang on a second. Let me go second. So let me show you what I have before I quickly update this one. So we have her there. And then for slides, this is the first one. Second, and then the third slide.
Beautiful.
Yes. So you can just what's that thing? What do they call it? Put me next to her, like have two speakers at the same time. Yes, and then when she says next, then I'll just quickly go through to this thing.
Perfect. I'll do that. Good. And then we have a breakout room as well to sort out. And I'm using the PSA's account for this. So on my account, it does it automatically. On this one, we got to manually assign it. So I'll just start assigning, and we will see what happens from there. The problem is if everybody doesn't go into the breakout room, then some poor person's all by themselves. But we'll sort that out. No problem.
Oh, okay. So how many breakout rooms do we have? One.
Yeah, one breakout session, but how many rooms will just depend on who's actually live in the session when we get started.
Oh, okay. So okay, but then I need to ask a question. So how do you want these? So basically, before people go into the breakout session, like I'm going to correct this one. So I should just basically give the people the questions before they go into the breakout rooms.
Yeah, just tell them what they should do.
Okay, and then I can then just be moving in and out of the different rooms just to see and hear what's happening.
Yeah, good, perfect.
Okay, perfect.
Good.
Okay, now.
Robert.
Hi, Chris. Yes.
Hi. Just to say, I'm going to stick around for a bit, but of course we've also got load shedding at some point. So then I'll drop out when that happens, and I'm not quite sure when it is happening. It's either 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. If it's 1 o'clock, of course, it's very soon, but
yes,
I'll hang around. Okay.
Good. And we've just gone to stage 4.
Right.
So we're actually having load shedding again today, this evening.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just got a message now from a friend of mine who lives in the area saying it's going off at 1 or 2. I think it's 2, but I'm not too sure.
All right. No problem.
Okay.
Good. All right. Michael, I think I made you co-host as well, but I'll be here. I'm just having my little quick lunch break as well.
Yeah, okay, not a problem.
All right.
I'm just quickly checking. So please just confirm with me. These are the correct questions.
Let me do this. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Good.
No, then I am ready to
roar. Lovely. Thank you. And Michael, we're also asking people to please share on social media.
Okay.
Well, let me see if I've got that handy.
What hashtag would you like them to
We're using the hashtag roar.
Roar, okay.
Yeah, so it's in the chat box here. And the prize is a one-on-one coaching session. And for whoever's done the most posting or the best posting, I'll do that evaluation shortly when I go online and have a look.
Yeah. Okay. No, great stuff.
Good. Awesome. All right. I'm just going to be here in the background for a few minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Not a problem. I'm also just going to mute myself as well and put on my video just before the time.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much to Chris Boise for a beautiful facilitated session this morning, and for that good feedback session after the breakout rooms, and for handling all of the other load shedding challenges. So it's really great to be back, and I'd like to introduce Michael Chigwewilwa. Did I get that right?
Close enough.
I thought if I said it faster, I'll get it. I've been practicing. But Michael, we're really grateful to have you here from PSA Namibia to host our afternoon session. I'm going to hand it over to you. But as always, I'll be in the background if anyone needs any support or if there are any questions. Just for those who have asked, our session is going to finish by 3 p.m. today, and tomorrow it's going to be the 9:30 start for 3 p.m. again, just so that you can plan your day. Thank you. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you so much, Charlotte, and greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to see you here today. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mayumbula Michael Chigwewilwa of the Clan Mulungu Munsanje, and I hope that you guys are ready to move from that gentle whisper into a roar. So as I'm sure you guys are aware, or maybe for those of you who aren't aware, we have a special competition that's currently running, so to put it. We want you to post and advertise this conference on social media using the hashtag ROAR, okay? So post it on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and there's going to be a what? A special prize. And guess what this prize is going to be? Let me just double check here. Yes, it's going to be a complimentary 1-hour coaching session by one of the associate leaders. You definitely don't want to miss out on this. Now, how many times have you ever listened to speakers, and you feel this power inside of you, thinking, I'm a lion. You go out there having all of this belief within yourself and your God-given potential. And then what happens 2 weeks down the line, you end up looking there like this hungry, starving lion over here. And this is one of the things that we're really trying to tackle within this conference. We don't want to develop the kind of speakers who feel good in the moment, but as soon as they leave, are totally in a situation where you have got no skills, you've got no knowledge, you don't even know where to turn to next. Make sure, if you haven't already done so, that you get a pen and paper, because our speakers are going to be giving you the kind of practical tips that are going to enable you to move from this skinny looking fella all the way back into this confident young lion that we have right here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our very first speaker is none other than Dr. Wilbert Mutoko, who is a speaker and coach. Now, in case you're wondering, who exactly is this, doctor, and what exactly is he going to teach us? Please listen up. Our speaker, the good Dr. Wilbert Mutoko, is a strategist and a managing consultant for Success Training Africa, which is a business consulting firm based in Gaborone, Botswana. In the past 2 decades, he has helped hundreds of entrepreneurs and executives to do the following. Number 1, start and grow sustainable businesses. Number 2, develop strategies, systems, policies, and structures that stabilize business. Number 3, solve difficult problems using tested and tried, well-researched and tailored solutions. And number 4, develop self-confidence, self-esteem, financial literacy, and presentation skills. Number 5, build, motivate, and sustain thriving teams. Number 6, develop leadership skills and competencies. And number 7, make informed decisions through regular internal and external research. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Wilbert Mutoko is a professional speaker and holds an MBA and Ph.D. in business management. His keynote topics include strategy, emotional intelligence, financial wellness, change management, and leadership. And ladies and gentlemen, today, Dr. Wilbert is going to be speaking about how to develop emotional intelligence in a turbulent environment. please help me give the good doctor a big, large, resounding round of applause. Over to you, doctor.
All right. So 90% of top performers are well known to perform above average when it comes to emotional intelligence. 90% of top performers all over the world, according to different researches, they are known to have emotional intelligence that is above 50%. Now, let me tell you a story. A well-known speaker was traveling, and he was at the airport one day. And as he was at the airport, what happened was somebody who hated him very much spat on his face. Now, I want to hear from you. If you were this speaker who was spat on the face, what were you going to do? Let's see what you will put in the comment section. Mr. MC, kindly help me to check the comments. If you were the one, just be honest with yourself. If you were this speaker, you are traveling and somebody spits on your face unexpectedly, what would you do? Let's type in the comment section. Okay, somebody says, be horrified. Use it for my next story. Chop his head off. Anybody else? What would you do? We are still waiting. Shocked. Anybody else? Punch him in the face. Buddhist philosophy says that you should treat this person as your biggest teacher. Okay? Anybody else? Probably the last person. Pray for them. Okay. Different responses right there. That's very interesting. Thank you so much for taking part in this activity. So yes, let me tell you what this speaker did. What he did was that he took out his handkerchief and wiped his face. After wiping his face, he didn't do anything. And this hater learned a big lesson. He knelt down and he asked for forgiveness. He said, I hate that you are a terrible person. You love money too much. But I'm so surprised. You are such a nice person. You didn't do any harm to me. You didn't respond badly to me. So it depends on your level of emotional intelligence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming through. And I appreciate you coming to attend this particular session. Mr. MC, I appreciate you. Organizers, I appreciate you. And I want to ask another question. What made you to attend this particular session? Let me see in the comment section. What brought you here? You could be doing other things. What caused you to particularly attend this session? Kindly send in the comment section. Desire to grow. Thank you. Others are still typing. I want to be a professional speaker like Charlotte, Chris, Bruce, and many others. Thank you, David. Who else? What caused you to attend this particular session?
There's some other comments there as well from Yalang.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeking to connect with other African speakers.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Any other comments that I didn't see? I want to grow my capacity and connect. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. Now, the definition for emotional intelligence is the ability to manage your emotions and the emotions of other people. Your ability to manage your emotions and to also manage other people's emotions. It's not every one of us who is able to manage our emotions. If everybody knew how to manage emotions, we would not have fights in the boardroom. We would not have emails that are hateful. And some people, the reason why they are emotionally unstable is because of their past. It's not everyone who is good at dealing with their past. There are people who tend to put their pressures or their challenges, their backlog, their overload, they tend to shift it to other people. All those are signs of emotional instability. And over the years, we see that IQ or intelligent quotient has been, elevated more than emotional intelligence or EQ, emotional quotient. But now we realize that there are some people who are highly intelligent. In their mind, they are sharp. But when it comes to them being able to control themselves, whether they are overexcited or they are angry or they are disappointed, they are sad, they can't control themselves, yet they have a high level of IQ. Now, what are emotions? Emotions are strong feelings or mental reactions that can be triggered by probably something that has happened. Maybe there is an incident that has happened, or somebody has said something to you, or you have read something, or you have watched something, and then an emotion is triggered. Now, emotions can be positive and they can be negative. Positive emotions include being excited, being happy, being overjoyed, being overwhelmed in the positive sense. But we also have negative emotions, and negative emotions tend to cause more havoc. You find negative emotions such as sadness, anger, worry, anxiety, and so on. When you look at some of the damage that has happened to people's careers, to people's businesses, even as a speaker, when something goes wrong and you are about to speak, it takes a high level of emotional intelligence for you to be able to control yourself and still be able to speak regardless of what has happened. I remember one speaker who said while he was speaking on stage, he was jumping up and down, and it happened that his pants got torn. I don't know if it was you, what was going to happen? If your pants were torn and you are at a very important event, what would happen to your self-esteem? What would happen to your self-confidence? But this speaker actually decided to throw a joke and say to the people, you see, like what has happened to my pants right now? And he actually showed the people his pants. And people laughed their lungs out. And he continued, and people enjoyed the conversation. People understood and just, they sort of empathized with him, but they understood that these things do happen. And this guy is not even worried about it. He was able to control himself. Unfortunately, majority of people that we come across, whether it's our colleagues, it's our family members, it's our customers, it's our audience, it's not everyone who is good at controlling their emotions. Now, we want to talk a little bit more of what happens when you are on stage, or even before you are on stage. What are some of the things that you need to do as a speaker, apart from raising your self-esteem, raising your self-confidence? What are some of the things? For example, you need to prepare in advance and prepare something sensible, something that will be useful to the people that you are speaking to. I know one speaker, I had one speaker saying, you audience, I cannot give you very good stuff because you didn't pay. It's a free event, so I'm not going to give you quality talk. I was shocked. You mean people have left Netflix, people have left YouTube, people have left everything they could have been doing to come and listen to you. This is your opportunity to make a difference in people's lives. And who knows, these people can become your evangelists. They go around, they tell people about you. But here you are wasting their time and wasting your time, which means you are actually negatively affecting the emotions of the audience, because the audience now feel like they are wasting their time too. Now, what are some of the elements of emotional intelligence that are very important on your journey, particularly as a speaker? But before I go there, I just want to give you a story of what happened 1 year when I was working in a certain place. The managing director, he had a certain level of temper that I had never seen. Very intelligent man, very good man, very successful millionaire. So I was hired as an independent financial advisor, and I was also doing training. So we were going into organizations to train people on financial wellness. Within 1 week of being hired, I already saw that there was a big problem in this company, because when the MD is on the phone, it could be people for power or people for water utilities who will have called to say your office is owing. He will shout on top of his voice. It was bad. And I could hear day in, day out, he's either shouting at customers, he's shouting at employees, he's shouting at everyone. And what I did was, as part of my emotional intelligence building, what I did is I studied his habits. And I realized that this MD, when you see his door, the door for his office, when you see it closed completely, it means his heart is closed completely. He doesn't want anybody in his office. So when his door is completely closed, no matter what I want, I will not knock on his door. When his door is half closed, you know that you can enter at your own risk. When his door is wide open, oh, that's the day. If you wanted a salary raise, or you wanted to discuss anything about business, about personal life, or whatever it is, when his door is wide open, that's the day you can get in and have a good chat with him. So sometimes we fail to study people and we put ourselves in trouble, because we are saying emotional intelligence is not just about you managing your emotions, but it's also about managing other people's emotions. So you realize when I began, I said that the emotions can be positive, they can be negative. What gets you excited, what makes you to laugh and roar on the floor could actually be so annoying to other people. So you can get excited and you start jumping up and down, but other people's emotions can be negatively affected because of you. So you need to be able to control both the positive emotions and the negative emotions. So what are some of those elements that we should look at when we are controlling or we are growing in terms of emotional intelligence? Number one is self-awareness. Daniel Goleman has done quite a lot of work on emotional intelligence. And one of the things that he talks about is self-awareness. When we talk of self-awareness, we are just simply saying, do you know your emotions? Do you understand your emotions? Many times we are so busy trying to understand other people and we don't even understand ourselves. So you need to be self-aware. Be aware of your emotions. Be aware of that, because that anger could put you in trouble. Be aware of your sadness. It could put you into depression. When you are angry, for example, you are most likely to send an angry email to your employee. You are most likely to punch a fellow worker. We have seen some people actually punching customers. That's lack of emotional intelligence. So self-awareness is the first thing that we can talk about there. And the next thing is self-motivation. We see it over and over again, that even when you are hiring people, you want to make sure you are hiring people that are self-motivated, that have intrinsic motivation. It's within their heart. Nobody usually has time to motivate you. You need to be self-motivated. Now, imagine for a speaker, you actually need to be self-motivated all the time because you are going to face different customers. You're going to face different audience. When you are self-motivated, regardless of the circumstances, your self-esteem will be high, your self-confidence will be high, and you'll be able to deliver. So self-motivation is very important. And the third thing is empathy. Empathy is being able to put yourself in other people's shoes. You feel for others. There are people who say, I don't care what another person says to me. Well, I understand they mean it for good. When you say, I don't care what people say, maybe you are just saying, I don't want to be controlled by other people's thoughts all the time. But if you are going to be a successful speaker, for example, you need to care. You need to be empathetic. Even preparing well in time and delivering a good message and being concerned about getting feedback, it also shows you are empathetic. It's important for every one of us to learn to be empathetic. So before you go on stage, for example, you need to understand whom you are talking to. It's part of empathy. Who am I talking to? Like tomorrow, I'm speaking at a business event. I've already asked them, what sort of people am I talking to? What are their age groups? What do they do in life? So that when I get there, I don't affect people's emotions negatively. And then the fourth thing is social, we can say socialization, all right? Or building social skills. How do you relate with your colleagues? How do you relate with your audience? How do you relate with your clients? Because we know as speakers, it's not just about giving keynotes. Some speakers are consultants, some speakers are coaches, some are executive coaches, business coaches, and relationship coaches, and so on. So what is your level of emotional intelligence in terms of relating with people? Are you a good listener? When people are talking, do you listen? Or probably you do as if you are listening, but what you are actually doing is you are waiting for your turn to begin to talk. It's important for us to learn to be active listeners. When you actively listen, you are showing a high level of emotional intelligence. Not only that, when you are listening, you are saying to the other person, you are precious, you are important. There is this book written by Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. I read it and it made a huge difference in my life. So another thing that we expect you, it's not just about your audience, it's even about your family. Are you a good listener? Can you network? Are you not an interrupter when you are communicating with people? When you speak, do you think first? Or you just speak anyhow? You don't care how people feel. Another thing I've also seen, like I said earlier, what can be funny for you may not be funny for your audience. That's why it's important also to be careful what sort of jokes you throw at your audience. What sort of jokes you throw at your colleagues? What sort of jokes you throw at your family members? I remember one of my mentors saying to me, all jokes are bad. At first, when I heard that, I didn't understand. I was wondering, what was he talking about? But with the time, I realized that the jokes you throw, especially, you see, I stay in Botswana. There are certain jokes that I can throw that Botswana people can find funny. But probably when I throw that same joke, somebody in Cameroon or South Africa or Zambia may not find it funny. What about when you are going global and you throw certain jokes and you actually negatively impact on the emotions of the audience? So it's very important for us to always remember that. Now, I was telling you about my boss, the one who was throwing tantrums at everyone. And I had to study him. So what happened there was I didn't want to blame him, but I learned to manage my emotions and to manage his emotions at the same time. So we said emotional intelligence is very key. Most top performers are known to have emotional intelligence that is above 50%. As we come to an end, remember to check your self-awareness. How much do you understand your emotions? That helps you because then you will be able to control your emotions. Number two, we talked about self-motivation. It's important for you to find ways to stay motivated, whether it's coming through reading, or it's coming through watching motivational videos, or it's coming through doing your favorite charity activities. Self-motivation is very key. And of course, we talked about empathy. Put yourself in other people's shoes. This includes your colleagues, it includes your family members, it includes anybody you come across, including your clients and your audience. And finally, we say your social skills. You need to sharpen your social skills so that you are able to relate with other people well and be able to grow your business. Thank you so much for your time. God bless you. Over to you, MC.
Wow, 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 wow. Guys, please, let's give the good doctor a big round of applause. Wasn't that amazing, amazing, amazing? You guys can clearly see that you're in the right place. Now, before I go any further, my good friend Ziggy mentioned that my audio wasn't very clear, so I'd like to sort it out now. What does my audio sound like? Can you guys hear me clearly? Do I need to make any further adjustments? Yay, nay? Okay, let us continue. Doctor, that was a wonderful presentation. You know, what you just mentioned reminds me of a conversation that I once had with Mike Hancock. I was busy chauffeuring him and his fiancée. This was about, I think, 2 or 3 years here in Windhoek. And he said to me, Michael, you seem like you're a good speaker, but you look as though you were someone who could be struggling financially. Why is that? I scratched my head. I didn't have an answer. And then he said to me, you know, Michael, I want to teach you something today. Most people think that the best speakers are the ones who make the most money. However, in reality, it is the best business people that make the most money from professional speaking. And this is why emotional intelligence is so important, because if there's one thing that I have learned, it's that you cannot separate your personality from your business. People only do business with people whom they like, just as Dr. Wilbert, has clearly mentioned. And I'm taken back to a situation, I think this happened about 5 or 7 years ago. So 2 friends of mine came up to me and said, Michael, please, my brother, you need to come and help us. You need to save us. I said, okay, why, what's happening? We have a client. Now, we have done work with this client before in the past, but we had a bit of an argument with the client, and eventually the client took away that business. There is a new tender that has come up, and we know that we can get this tender if we can just convince this client to do business with us. So we want you to come and deliver our presentation on our behalf to the client as though you are working for us. I said, okay, cool, fine, no problem. So they gave me all of the material. I went, I studied, put together all the slides. On that Tuesday morning, I walked in, nice suit, smelling fresh, delivered that presentation. And at the end, the lady, the person who was literally going to sign that check said, you know what, this was wonderful, guys. I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. You know what, let's bury old hatchets. Let's continue doing business together. And out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of one of these 2 friends of mine. And he just, he was sitting in his seat and you could see he just couldn't restrain himself. Eventually he stood up and he said, yeah, I just want to say something. This time when we do business, I don't want to hear excuses about this or that or that. literally gave that lady a tongue lashing. Needless to say, we didn't get the job. So as Dr. Mutoko has clearly mentioned, you need to be able to manage your own emotions and the emotions of the other person. So we're still right on time. The next thing that we're going to look at is we are going to go back into our break and we're going to be doing some networking. Ladies and gentlemen, use this opportunity during this conference to get to know people from other associations. Many of the people in this group are highly successful. You would never get this kind of one-on-one access to them. And what I want you to focus on within the networking session are the following two questions. How do you demonstrate confidence on the stage or on the screen? Okay, that's the first question. How do you demonstrate confidence on the stage or on the screen? Because you are an aspiring or an actual professional speaker. And then the second question that I want you guys to discuss in the breakout rooms is the following. What challenges do you have? And what do you want to learn next? So look at your situation now, because we want to give you practical tools. What challenges do you have? And what do you want to learn next? So please jump off into breakout rooms and we will see each other shortly. Cheers. See you soon.
All right, thank you. That's great. We just have a challenge again with this jolly system trying to assign people to different rooms. Give me a moment. I'm sorry.
No, not a problem, not a problem. And you see, ladies and gentlemen, within this conference, such as this, so Charlotte is our Zoom master. Many of you are looking and you're saying, yo, how exactly did Charlotte manage to put this thing together? And, with this world that we live in, with the whole everything going digital and the fact that COVID has impacted us to such an extent that we are no longer able to travel to certain places, it has also opened other doors, as you are aware. Now you can present virtually. So the question now becomes, how are you going to host your own conference? Because this is actually a training ground as well. We have people such as Charlotte who are here, whom you can ask, you can contact and ask direct help from as well. So this is a platform that you should not let go of. We have many experienced speakers, many experienced coaches, many experienced trainers within this room. So I really, really, really want to highly encourage you. Do not keep quiet within these sessions. Speak, engage, and learn. Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think I'm back in now and I can sort out a few things, so let's get started.
Wonderful. Guys, I'll see you in 25 minutes. Cheers.
No. Sorry, if you're still in the room, I'll get to you shortly. Are you able to go into the rooms, folks?
Nope.
Let's try that.
The rooms haven't come up for me.
Okay, let's try that now. Come on.
I see people disappearing, but I haven't got an invitation yet.
Yes, I know it's coming now, David. I'm just trying to get to work out why I can't assign you guys.
Okay, cool.
If it doesn't work, then you're going to stay in a room together here in the main session. Let's see.
Great. Well,
finally.
have you just seen my question I gave you now?
No, I'm busy. I'll look at your question just now. Okay, everybody should have good. Welcome back. Chiza, welcome to you.
Welcome back, welcome back. Charlotte, we were just starting to have fun. How could you do that to us? These sessions are so incredible, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we're getting so much, you know, knowledge, so much, there's a wealth of wisdom to go around. But the show must continue, ladies and gentlemen. So, excuse me, now that we've come out of the break, the next thing we're going to do is we are going to look at our next speaker. And this speaker is none other than Yelang Pru Jinka. Oh, I think I need to get myself a bit of water. My throat appears to be a bit parched. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady, this powerful young lady, is one of the most prolific speakers that we have. As you can see, that's a Cameroonian flag, as well as the South African flag. Now, let me tell you a few things about this young lion. First and foremost, she has her own company, which is called Access Africa Channel. So, Yelang Jinka is a diversity and intercultural communication specialist and an emerging thought leader in her field. Her presentations and podcasts are informed by analysis of current leadership as well as cross-cultural and diversity research. So, in case you're wondering, Yelang's highly engaging interactive keynote presentations and workshops empower professionals to focus on the similarities that coexist in differences. And her workshops also equip professionals with practical tools and processes to implement their newfound skill set and insight. Yelang Jinka holds a BSc in media technology, having been in the media industry for close to 2 decades, ladies and gentlemen, so you know you are in very good hands. She is an accomplished senior researcher and executive producer, and she currently provides multimedia content on a variety of platforms and is a significant continental speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please put your hands together for Yelang Pru Jinka as she delivers her talk, Africa on the Cusp of an Economic Miracle. Yelang, over to you.
Woo! Go Yelang!
Woo! Wow. It's always interesting to hear one spoken of in that manner, because you never think of yourself in that way now, do you? The question I'm going to ask my audience today, everybody, you guys, is, did you know that Africa is on the cusp of an economic miracle? And I'd like interaction, please. So if we could have responses in the chat box, I would appreciate that so that I can engage with what it is your feedback is. Why would anybody who is not an economist, I'm not an economist, so why would anybody who is not an economist give a talk about Africa being on the cusp of an economic miracle? Well, it's simple, because there are 7 reasons why. I'll focus on 3, but I'll talk you through 7 briefly. The first reason Africa is on the cusp of an economic miracle is Africa's got the youngest global population, and the country in Africa that has the youngest population is Rwanda. Now, I was privileged to visit Rwanda in 2017, and I was in my early 40s. Please don't try and guess my age. Black don't crack. But I was in my early 40s, and when I got to Rwanda, I was considered elderly. Now, you can imagine what that feels like. I mean, Chris, if you go there, I don't know what they'll say. But I was considered elderly in Rwanda. And that's simply because of the history of Rwanda. But what have they done with that challenge which existed? They've turned it completely around on its head. And in Rwanda, the average CEO ranges from the age of 24 to 32. That's the range of a CEO in Rwanda. And that's just because those are the people that form the economy of Rwanda. And what Rwanda has become is a technology hub on the continent of Africa. So when we landed in Rwanda, the first thing that happened is all our cell phones went on whilst we were on the plane. Now think about that narrative where everybody thinks Africa is so backwards and nothing happens in Africa. And then you're on a plane in Rwanda and all of a sudden your network is on and you've got Wi-Fi, and we're thinking, wait, we're from South Africa and that doesn't happen. You know, so economically speaking, Rwanda as a country is tapping into that and, you know, utilizing this young population to really come across as an economic powerhouse, which, as you know, they are one of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world. Now, what is the second reason I would say that Africa is on the cusp of an economic miracle? The second reason is rapid technological advancement. As we can all see here, we're seated having all these conversations online, keyword being online. 10 years ago, no one could even fathom what this would look like. They wouldn't even be able to process that. And that was just 10 years ago when I was in my 30s. So what will happen when I'm in my 60s? Where will this continent be when I'm in my 60s? And that is what we are left with to think about, because the rapid technological advancement tells us that what will happen is so many different industries will be born, so many different products will be developed, and so much change will come about. I mean, COVID has been the number one disruptor, for lack of a better word. It's disrupted everything. It's disrupted how people think. It's disrupted how business is done. And it has proven that Africa can indeed emerge as an economic powerhouse, which it is on the verge of doing. What is the third reason? We've been having improving living conditions year on year. So don't believe the negative press. Don't believe the prevailing narrative that wants to say, you know, we're still in the decades of disease and poverty and war. That is absolutely incorrect. The figures are there for you to investigate. The growth is there. And we're talking about a continental growth, not a national growth. We're talking about countries across a continent. And that is why I say we are on the cusp of an economic miracle. What's the fourth reason? Infrastructure development and investment. This is one that boggles the mind. Why does it boggle the mind? We do not, as individuals, realize just how much work is going into developing infrastructure on the African continent. Bridges are being built, roads are being built, schools are being built, hospitals are being built. It is very tempting to want to believe the negative stories that are put out in the media, but one has to take that with a grain of salt and do your own due diligence and your own investigation and look at where the growth is happening, because the growth is happening and it is rapid. Now, the fifth reason, which is post-pandemic lessons and optimism, is one of my most favorite reasons to speak on, because what the pandemic has done for Africa is it has brought Africa to the fore, and it's forced people to see us as a power to be reckoned with, which is what we are. A lot of Africans have had to leapfrog their growth, and technology has been a big driver of that. If you look at the penetration of cell phones and all businesses that operate online, it's made Africa open for business quite literally. If you're in Kenya and you use cash or credit cards, people think you're quite strange because they are the leading mobile money users globally. So, you know how sales are done and people expect to exchange money for a product or a service. In Kenya, women who are selling in the street, they use mobile money. That is just one aspect of how, you know, post-pandemic lessons and all the optimism that is around Africa is demonstrated. You know, that is how technology has changed the playing field. Then the sixth reason, which is the African Continental Free Trade Area, is one of the most important reasons if we can contextualize it. What is the context? The context is Africa has been trading with the rest of the world for the longest time. The rest of the world has come into Africa and utilized resources that are on the African continent. But what hasn't happened is Africans have not been trading with themselves. Africans have not been, and that is actually showcased in this conference that we're having. For as long as there have been speakers, professional speakers globally, Africans have not had the opportunity on a platform or in any way to engage with each other and to showcase and share that wealth of knowledge that the continent has. I mean, a conference of this nature that has the number of attendees that we have is just the tip of the iceberg. Just the tip of the iceberg. And I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, 10 years from now, it will look totally different and it will have taken on a totally different spin, because we will understand that if we trade with one another, we open up routes, you know, we open up possibilities that weren't there previously. The African Continental Free Trade Area is massive. It's continental. It's Nigeria trading with South Africa, which we already have some of. It's Kenya trading with Ethiopia. I was very privileged to, through Access Africa, work on a project with Tiger Brands. Now, Tiger Brands are Africa's largest FMCG, so fast-moving consumer goods company. And what we did was we told the story, the expansion story of Tiger Brands, and they operate in, I think, 23 countries. We told 6 stories, you know, of their expansion plan. And the most important thing that I walked away with from that project was understanding that we as countries are whole markets. And if you are a market, if each of us here as speakers just found 1 or 2 markets, 1 or 2 countries where we could secure speaking engagements on the continent, that is revenue untold. And we need to now, as being on the cusp of this, we need to now target these countries, target these markets, and do these trades. I need to be able to go into Kenya and have a speaking engagement in Kenya, whether it be online or in person, and vice versa. We need to do that across 53 countries on the African continent. 7th reason why Africa is on the cusp of an economic miracle is we're a global growth frontier. I'd like for that to sink in. I'd actually want you to repeat it, whether loudly to yourself or we as a continent are a global growth frontier. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you that we are the last global growth frontier. And I will back that up with statistics and information regarding exports. How many of you know that McDonald's has had its largest expansion on the African continent? And that is purely because they've got nowhere else to grow. Africa is
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It looks as though we may have lost Yelang, but I'm sure she'll be. Are you back? Oh, we want to bring her back. You see, this is what happens when the powers that be hear the wonderful words that Yelang is speaking about Africa being on the cusp of such a big breakthrough that they don't want this information to be shared. Now we all, oh, there we go. Hey, Yelang, they almost killed me, Vakwetu. Thank you for saving my life. Please continue.
Nothing gets an African down, nothing.
Hear, hear.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to finalize my talk with the fact that Africa is a global growth frontier. And I was sharing with you the fact that McDonald's has expanded their footprint onto the African continent, and that is where the most growth is happening. If I could have those slides put up, and I will speak through each and every one of them, and then I will close on my talk, please.
We're just sorting that out. Michael, do you have the slides? There we go. All right, they're spotlighted, Yelang.
So let's go back to infrastructure development and investment. We must build. Africa must build. And we will build, and it is in building that we will record growth. It is in our growth that we will attract further investment. Now, this is the growth cycle that we as Africans must embrace. And I'll specify that to speakers. Speakers, we must speak. We must create talks. We must find platforms where we can give our talks and where we can grow in speaking, because that is the cycle that we must embrace. May I have the next slide, please? Now, the African continent, as I said, is a global growth frontier. It is green and fertile. That is an apt description of our continent. So too are the growth opportunities that she has vested within her people, the states, and resources. So we have to change that narrative, and we have to understand that we are a global growth frontier. And as I said in closing, the rapid technological advancements are what will propel us into this miracle, this economic miracle that I speak of. And ladies and gentlemen, an economic miracle is an informal a statement that economists don't even refer to, but it only happens after it's happened. So you can only say an economic miracle has happened after the fact. But I'm telling you before it happens that we are on the cusp of an economic miracle. It's about to happen. So you heard it here first. Get ready. Understand that you will be the speakers on the continent that the continent needs to hear from and needs to see. I thank you all very much for your time, and load shedding permitting, I've been able to give this talk. Thank you.
Wow. Guys. As you said, you heard it here first. Oh my goodness. You know, Yelang, your speech takes me back to a moment in time when I was still a young little, boy. And I'll never forget, I went to go and visit my uncle and aunt in the town of Luanshya in Zambia. And on my first night in that town, I was woken in the dead of the night by a sound that was so gut-wrenching. I nearly, peed in my pants that morning, actually that evening. And I tried to say, what is this sound? Where is it coming from? So I rushed into my cousin's room and I woke him up and I said, there is a monster outside. We're in danger. Why are you guys sleeping? And he laughed at me and said, Michael, that is nothing more than the sound of a roaring lion. This lion was located in a zoo that was about 10 kilometers away. But let me tell you, just in case you've never heard a lion roaring, ladies and gentlemen, its sound is so deep, so powerful, and it carries so far that you cannot even tell which direction it's actually coming from. It just sounds as though the sound is everywhere around you. And this is and the reason I bring this up is because, as Yelang has mentioned, we are on the cusp of an economic miracle. PSASA, organized this conference because we have the belief that as speakers, why should we always be in a position where we always want to take in information and things that come from the outside world, which is not a bad thing entirely, but when are we going to get to the point when we as Africans can begin exporting our own knowledge, our own skills, our own wealth of wisdom, so that we will no longer be viewed as a whispering kitten, but enter into our manifest destiny as a roaring lion that is going to transform this continent. And so I want to encourage you guys to take the message that Yelang delivered today to heart. We need you, we need you, we need you. And as they say, all good things come to an end. I would love to introduce our next speaker to you. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys are in for a treat. Our next speaker is none other than Mr. Ziggy Langer. Now, Ziggy, for those of you who may not know, is actually one of my most favorite human beings on the planet Earth. He's actually my personal friend as well. I'm just saying. Now, Ziggy is a well-known radio and television personality. And not only that, but he's also an author. His books, True Emotional Freedom and Emotionally Debt-Free, have proven to be two of the most well-known Namibian emotional intelligence resources available on the Namibian market. So he is someone who has a wealth of knowledge within this field. Ziggy has presented at TEDx on the wild horse theory, which is an outflow of his cognitive impact concept called the laws of our nature. So essentially, if you're the kind of person who doesn't understand why it is that you behave in this way or that way, Ziggy has this theory of his, a collection of theories, what did I actually put it? It's basically a unified theory. Yes, that's how I describe it, which is called the laws of our nature. Ziggy has served as an executive coach to many C-suite and board members within Namibia, whilst also having coached internationally as well, ladies and gentlemen. Presently, he is one of the past presidents of the Professional Speakers Association of Namibia and the dean of the PSASA Academy. Now, because of his passion for growth, Ziggy is often involved in community upliftment projects that aim at growing capacity within those who cannot afford to do so. And just listen to his motto. Ziggy's motto in life is this: he believes that human capacity is limitless, and it diminishes if it's not challenged. Ladies and gentlemen, your next speaker is Ziggy Langer, and he is going to challenge you to make sure that your capacity is not diminished. The title of Ziggy's presentation is Using the Laws of Our Nature to Engage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Ziggy Langer.
Thank you very much, Michael. You're amazing. So I've got the privilege to speak to you about something that's very close to my heart. The laws of our nature are basically laws that I put together while I was working in my practice And I realized that certain things always seem to repeat themselves. People tend to always think the same stuff over and over and over again. So today's journey is just starting the journey to using the laws to your advantage. But first of all, we need to look at what are these laws, right? So the laws of our nature are very similar to the laws of nature. Let me take this down a little bit. So the laws of nature happen, whether we know about them, whether we understand them, whether we've never heard of them, they happen, right? So for example, gravity is going to make this apple fall from a tree, right? So it's going to always fall. It doesn't matter whether you know that there's gravity. It doesn't matter whether you believe there's no gravity. It's going to happen. And the same is true for the laws. The laws of our nature impact the workings in your brain every second of the day. So whether you know about them, whether you don't know about them, doesn't really matter. So the laws of our nature, let me quickly run through all of them and briefly explain them to you. And then I'll explain to you how you can use them in your talk to be more effective as a speaker. Allow me to start with the law of stick. The law of stick basically says we tend to find something to blame. When something goes wrong, we've got a out in electricity, we blame someone or something for it, right? And immediately we feel like we are not responsible anymore. We abdicate responsibility. That is just a natural way of your brain protecting you from that emotional pain that you would go through if you had to take responsibility for that. Then there's the law of supremacy. The law of supremacy basically says everyone wants to feel in control. People don't want to be in control, they want to feel in control. So a very typical example is when you have change happening in a corporate, people tend to rebel, and leaders would see that as a rebellion against them. No, they're not rebelling against you. They are rebelling against feeling out of control. And that rebellion is them grabbing control back from you. So then there's the law of significance, and that is all about everyone having a core value link. You link your value to something, and that tends to be the drive within you to do things around you. If that item that you link your value to is undermined, your energy levels drop, you feel stuck, and you don't know how to progress. Then there's the law of search. The law of search basically says, once again, your brain is designed to save energy. So when you are in an environment, everything that is not important is put on the extreme outside of your focus. As soon as it becomes important, you pull it to the center of your focus, and therefore you see more of it. But very few people ever spend time considering what they want to see more of or less of. Today, we had a lot of people highlighting how we've been taught to search for the wrong things in Africa. We've been taught to search for the war-ravaged continent instead of searching for that continent that is about to explode in new economies and new ways of going forward. So when we search for the wrong things, we tend to see those wrong things. When we search for the right things, we tend to see more of those right things. We don't create them, they're always there. But now that we search for them, we see more of it. Then the law of simplify, that is at the core of all the racism, sexism, and all the other isms that we don't like. So it basically says, when people are in my out group, I tend to unify them all. When they're my in group, I realize they're all unique, and therefore I'm better with diversity in that. Then the law of slip says, our thoughts slip to the worst place they can possibly go first. And from that worst place, we tend to take them away at different speeds, but that is where we all first go. Then the law of self says, we start with ourselves, and then we take our thoughts away from ourselves. That is just a very basic human nature. Now, the law of self and the law of slip combine to create what we call the wild horse rule. The wild horse rule basically says that you will always think the worst about yourself first. A typical example, in any company, you could call the most effective staff member into the CEO's office. That staff member first thought would be, what have I done wrong, or what has gone wrong? They're not first going to think the positive, the good, I'm going to get a promotion or whatever. They first will think what has gone wrong. Now, if they know that they are in the good books of the CEO, they will probably quickly manage their thoughts away from there. But the first place they go to will be that worst place about themselves. Now, these laws can be used to improve your impact while you're talking. And the first impact that we see is that you can create a surprising truth by knowing these laws and growing designing your talk from these laws. Allow me to demonstrate. We all know that when we are in an online meeting, here are some of our friends on an online meeting, the one person you look at most is yourself, correct? Now, when you highlight that truth to people, which most of us don't want to have true, but we realize it is true, right? You're looking at your hair, is your hair right? Is that my better, which one is my better side? So we tend to do that, and we're embarrassed that we do. But the beauty of that is when you use one of these laws that highlight a basic truth, people will remember that you had insight into them, and that insight into them is going to continue with them. Remember, your talk is never to the audience alone. Your talk is to the audience of the audience. You want to always have your talk grow going forward, and knowing how human beings function gives you that edge that the other person might not have. And although people do these things, some of us might not be able to explain why they work, and therefore theories like these are extremely interesting and worthwhile to investigate. You can also go and use an extreme emotion to increase the impact of your talk. So we find that speakers many times use an extreme emotion to pull in people. We had Bruce explain to us earlier today how we can get a connection with people and connect with them. And very often that one thing that we fear, it connects us in some way, right? So when we have a common fear or something that is extreme for us all, might connect us. It can backfire on you though, which I'll explain to you just now. So let me give you one very practical example of how, for example, the wild horse could be used to create one of these extreme emotion moments that could pull people towards you, because you're giving them a solution to something they haven't even realized that they were fearful of or they didn't have. I love this talk by Kelly McCogneal. She speaks about how to make stress your best friend. In her talk, she does the following.
In the past year, I want you to just raise your hand if you've experienced relatively little stress. Anyone? How about a moderate amount of stress? Who's experienced a lot of stress? Yeah.
So you see, she asked the people who's got little stress, who's got moderate stress, who's got a lot of stress. Immediately she shows interest into the crowd. but also she primes them for a fear that she's going to use to pull them in towards her, because she's going to show them studies that show that people with a high amount of stress have been proven to die from stress. And that just elevates the way people listen to her, because she's activated that wild horse that I'm going to die because I'm stressing a lot, right? And then she gives them a solution. That solution is so amazing. If she didn't do the initial priming for their fear, if she didn't use the wild horse, she would not have been so effective in her talk and moving them forward. So I think her talk is worth watching. So I put the QR code there if you want to quickly look at it. But a word of caution. When I started out and I thought, let me find a new and innovative way to share the wild horse with people, I created a magazine, and I put on the magazine a big notice that so scientists have discovered that if you have body odors, it is a sign that you're getting cancer, right? And I thought this was very innovative. I thought I was very funny. And we've heard that jokes are not always funny, right? Jokes can be very dangerous. It was interesting to see that everyone was starting to smell themselves and looking weird at each other. And that was a very fun, exciting moment for me. But afterwards, a lot of the people in the crowd said it's really disrespectful to use something as serious as cancer in that way. And I would never use it again, because I kind of agree that was really not very clever of me. But just to make a point in this platform, that the law can actually, or the combination of those two laws, can make your talk far more memorable and far more helpful. Then there's a personal defect that you can lift out by using the laws as well. That unconscious bias that the people might have. So as I explained to you, the law of simplify says that you unify the people that you don't see as yourself. So in Namibia, where I do most of my speaking, there's a bit of a challenge with the locals and in general with Chinese people that are living here. And I wanted to highlight that, so I started my talk out as follows. I explained to the people, I've got this friend, Galen, who's a real person. Galen is an amazing person that I get along with a lot. But when he came to Namibia right at the beginning, he often had problems. So he would come to me and he would say to me, Ziggy, I have a problem. And I often would help Galen with his problems. One day he came to me very embarrassed and he said to me, Ziggy, I have a problem. You guys all look the same. And when I tell this in a Namibian crowd, there's always at least a few people that start laughing. And that gives me such an amazing ability to connect with them in a new and interesting way, because I can now highlight their bias. And they feel a little bit embarrassed about that, but it helps them to get out of their shell. And we have a starting point from where we can take it to the next level, where we can teach people to actually consider diversity. And from that level, I can take them to how they see men see ladies different and ladies see men different. You see people from different tribes unified, and how you see people in different areas in your business as all the same. I love to talk about how the C-suite would actually speak about the staff as if it's one person. And the staff would talk about management as if it's one person. Although we all know that they're all different, but do we really know it if they are in our outgroup? And you see that can create so many options for you to connect with your crowd and be more engaging as you speak with your audience. The next one that I want to highlight is how you can actually get people to connect with social justice or social injustice and start doing things, because people tend to abdicate responsibility. And the main reason for people not taking up their responsibility for challenges that are real challenges in their society is basically the law of stick. So the law of stick, as I said before, as soon as something happens, people tend to find something to blame. And when that blaming makes sense, then they feel that they don't need to take any responsibility anymore. So when that gremlin sticks its head out, they kind of blame someone for it and they don't go forward. So what I love to do is the following. I would ask a group of people, who is to blame for our economy, for the finances of our country? And very often people would say things like the government or that certain party or whatever. And then I go forward and I say to them, who's to blame for the violence in the homes? And people would say men. People would say the government again. People like to blame the government for some reason, right? And then I would ask them, okay, so who's to blame for all the joblessness that we are seeing? And once again, people would blame things. And when they've done blaming, I would make a bold statement that when you blame someone or something, I'm assuming you have not done anything about it. And that is such an eye-opener and a shocker for crowds, because that is a truth that I've found up to now to always be true. When people blame something or someone, it's very seldom, if ever, that they've actually done something about it. And it's such a good activity starter. It's such a good thing that you can use to get people activated, because if you do a talk and people don't do things differently after your talk, have you actually added value? I believe not. We're not supposed to only entertain, we're supposed to change lives with our talking. And the beauty of all these things is that we always think we need to bring something from outside. All these concepts are concepts that we developed locally. Of course, there are international theories. There's nothing new on the planet, right? If you think you're going to create something that's absolutely new, absolutely African, I mean, there are so many theories out there. But we do have a big advantage over the rest. You see, we can create things like the laws of our nature. We can create ideas around that. We can create new things. You see, emotional intelligence is not a European thing. It's not an Eastern thing. It is something that we can create from our environment. We can work on things that can be highlighted to the world from our own world. There's one thing that I'm very passionate about that I want to share in closing with you today. I think that EQ concepts, right, can be developed on the continent. And the more we develop African EQ concepts, the more that can create a niche for us in the international market. You see, there's a long time that people quoted Eastern philosophies and things like that as equals to EQ, as equals to self-development. What happened there? There were some people that packaged those philosophies in a way that are palatable for an international market. Landi said today, you need to think about the international market. You need to think about the different areas where you can impact people. We've got a huge advantage in all our animals we've got, all the things we can learn from our very unique and special nature. These things can be tweaked to become EQ concepts that we can teach in the world. that we can talk about, and we can create new mindsets, new ways of engaging with communities and with our audience, so that we can use our EQ concepts, that we can roar louder and more impactful in the world. So from my side, I would love to kind of connect with you. There's my QR code for my website. Please scan it and find my details there, and do connect with me. I'd love to speak to all of you about EQ and about the concept that I call EQ tourism. I hope to hear from you. Thank you.
Woo, 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 woo. Woo, woo,
Wow,
woo.
wow, 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 wow. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Ziggy a big round of applause.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I have something I'd like to share with you. It's a bit off script. It wasn't even what I had planned to say today, but I feel that somebody needs to hear this message. So you guys may or may not know this, but last year, exactly, yesterday marked 1 year since my sister passed away from COVID. And I was with her when she passed away. And for a very long time, I blamed myself, how could I, as an older brother, how could I fail? How could I not look after my younger sibling? And I'll never forget sitting at Ziggy's office over a cup of coffee. And with that same wild horse theory that he just described, Ziggy helped me understand that it wasn't my fault. And that was also part of the beginning of the process where I began learning to forgive and heal myself. Now, yesterday, I arrived here at home with my mother-in-law. We got home, seated in the kitchen, and my mother-in-law having a conversation. And as the tears started rolling from my mother's eyes, as she was speaking to my mother-in-law, she asked a question. She said, I just don't understand why. Why did God take away my only daughter? We all had COVID in this house. I'm still alive, and yet my young child, who didn't even live to see an old age, has been taken away. And as I went to bed last night, that question just kept playing over and over and over in my mind. Why was I spared? This morning, I had to design the programs for the tombstone unveiling that is taking place tomorrow. And as I was looking at the childhood photos, of my sister and I, sorry, just give me a moment. I had to ask myself the very same question. Why was I spared? We have all had to endure a great amount of personal tragedy because of what COVID has done to each and every one of us here out here in the world, and yet we are still here. I'm here to let you know that God is not yet done with you. The whole theme of this conference is, from whisper, to roaring. As Africans, we need to pick up the mantle. We need to stop this attitude, we need to get rid of this mindset that tells us that we're not good enough. The time for you as a speaker to start sharing and spreading your message with the rest of the world is now. It cannot wait. And I look forward to hearing you roar one day soon in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mayambula Michael Chikulelwa. of the Clan Malunga Munsanje, and it has been a pleasure serving and presenting with you here today. Don't forget to post on social media. We still have our competition that is still running. And we have yet another powerful lineup of great speakers waiting to entertain you tomorrow, waiting to impart all kinds of knowledge and wisdom. It's been a pleasure, and I look forward to seeing you again, in fact, tomorrow. Cheers.
You go, Michael. Well done.
Folks, thank you so much. And Michael, for sharing. Thank you. We really have had an incredible lineup today. This has actually exceeded a lot of the expectations we had. It's really been fantastic. Sorry, give me a moment. We've asked you to share on social media, and thank you for those people who have. There's been some interesting comments. I do encourage you to do that. If we want to raise our voices, we have to raise it so other people can see as well. This has been so encouraging to all of us, but let's make sure that others out there who haven't heard of the summit, that they do hear, and that they nag us and ask us, when is the date for next year's one? And I promise you, we will do it again. So I could do a couple of shout outs. David has posted on social media, and Maktaba.org, Maktaba Library, they have posted some great stuff as well. But we're gonna give a prize to Dikeledi today for her posting on social media. Thank you so much. Really beautiful post there. And Dikeledi will be in contact with you, and we'll arrange. Yay!
I got it! I got it!
You got it, lady. You deserve
That's
it.
very intentional. A minute ahead of the prize, I said, this one, I'm getting it. Thank you.
Beautiful, fantastic. One of the values that we have within PSASA is about collaboration. And just to see us collaborating across associations, putting aside some of the politics that has been around in the past, which is absolutely unnecessary, to come together to co-create this is literally a dream come true. So thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow as well. And we're going to start with a really high energy MC in Ndijeka. So that's going to be fantastic. There's also a great some panel conversations tomorrow. And we'll also have Paul Terval join us. He is a past president of the Virtual Speakers Association International that Ziggy Lung is also a member of. And Paul Terval is also past president of the Global Speakers Federation. So we get to talk about how we can kind of collaborate and connect across not just Africa, but with our sister speaker associations around the world. And that is really what I want to be able to bring to speakers in Africa who don't know. It's not just we want to hear your voice, but we want to network with you. We want to connect and really build this up. Just as a personal note, I love to collaborate and co-create as well. I think it's one of the primary values that we have to look at in terms of building futures. I'm a futurist. So what does the future look like? It's not just about me. It's not just about my family or my in-group. It really has to, if we're creating ethical futures, it has to be inclusive. And I love sharing and writing books with other people and co-creating those things. And I'm going through the speaker list and I'm going, I could write a book with that person. I could write a book with that person. So we're going to have a lot of fun doing that. So, we really are having this opportunity to co-create. I encourage you to find each other online, find each other on LinkedIn, connect, network. We do this all again tomorrow. Folks, thank you very much. I also apparently have a reputation for finishing things early. Speakers very often go over time, but we're going to finish early. We are going to end the session. I know we like to hang around, but we're going to end the session. Take some time to let what we've heard today just to sink in. And then please take some time to go onto social media, find the speakers, find their LinkedIn profiles, make sure you're connected with them, and give them a recommendation for the incredible insight and value and just all this amazing stuff that we've shared today. Just acknowledge them for that. and make it public so that we can see each other supporting each other online. Thank you very much. Bless you all. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much. And let's hear your roars.
Yeah! Thank you, guys.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everyone.
Bye, everyone. Pick a lady, you
Bye,
share that.
everyone from Lusaka.
Bye, everybody. Awesome day.
Bye, everybody.
Take care.
Awesome day, value-packed day.
Bye, everyone from Lusaka, Zambia.
Yeah.
Alala.